And hello, my sweet, beautiful people. What's happening? Oh, what's going on? I hope you're good. I hope you are well. And I hope you're ready for some sweet, sweet shenaniganery. Because that is what we provide here. Is some sweet, sweet shenaniganery. Do need one moment. And we'll get going. And we will get going. All right. All right, all right, all right. See what we can do here. My goodness. We provide top tier shenanigans and low quality comedy. You're not wrong. You are not incorrect. Not at all. All right. All right. Let's see. So. I don't feel like Game 4 can't come soon enough. Yeah, and it doesn't help that the NBA elected not to have a game this weekend to try to break up the nonsense, you know? Try to kill the time. Hello, everybody. Hello. Oh my gosh. Ready for another shit EA game? Oh man. Brando, what's going on? All right. So. Oh my god. You like rub your eye once and it's just a nightmare. And it's just a nightmare. Crash may have volunteered you to play a game for the. Excuse me? There's He-Man Fortnite stuff? Who knew? Who knew? Not me. Not me, not I. All right. Damn, 9 years already. Indeed, this is now an ancient text. It's this particular game. All right. Goodness. Let me see what we have going on. All right. He-Man event during Pride Month, unwoke. That is the way. That is the way. All right. Well, we completed our journey in NHL 11. We accomplished our goal of getting an old achievement. 16 years in the making. This time, can you believe this game is almost 9 years old? It's venturing back to NHL 18. A game that I have 66 days worth of time on, which is just stupid. I don't even think that's number one on my list, is it? Yeah, it's not even number one on my list. Christ, who had me beat? Cosmic and Bojo. Fair enough. Fair enough. But yeah, this was an interesting time. I haven't unlocked an achievement for this game since May of 2018. There are quite a few I didn't get. A lot of them are Ultimate Team based, of course. Didn't bother with that. But the achievement that we are looking at this time is this beauty right here. Win the Stanley Cup as the Vegas Golden Knights after doing an expansion draft. This was the first year of the Golden Knights being a team. Now, the fact that less than 1% of people who ever loaded up this game managed to get this achievement, I do believe confirms that it has to be done in one season. Bodhi, what's going on? I'm not certain because it doesn't absolutely say you have to do it in 1 year. Nothing online indicates that you absolutely have to do it in one season. But if 0.63% of people have gotten this achievement, it would make me think that it's gotta be a one and done. I'm not sure. And that's kind of the risk of this, is if we don't win in season 1, but we win in like season 4, and if it doesn't count, then what are we going to do with that? So I'm not sure how I want to approach this. Did they know they were going to be in the finals the year they made that achievement? I don't think they did, which is nuts. It's crazy that Vegas has been in the league that long. Oh, for sure. They're in their third Stanley Cup final already with a 1-1 record. It's crazy. There might be a couple others I clean up here as well, like the training stuff, but the big one is definitely Knighted, and then maybe even a bobblehead star. Like I said, I'm not even necessarily a big achievement guy, but just using this as motivation to be like, all right, cool, let's do it. Kind of works out for me. God, this Connor McDavid cover sucked ass, too. It doesn't look like him at all. I don't know. Oh my God, I forgot how bright the menu was. Whoo! Oh man, I can't see. Just got flashbanged. Sheesh. Man, I forgot how bright these menus were. Can't confirm that it's in 1 year. What's your source for that? Because I did look up quite a bit and could not find a confirmation. I'm pretty sure we went back and looked at some of the old rosters, right? Yeah, because I had custom rosters at this time. Funny enough. The question is, what roster do I want to use as the basis for this? Well, Mills, here's the thing, though. If you won it in Season 1, then you don't know for sure if it could have unlocked 3 seasons in. You know? I think I'm going to... Do I have this one, the November 2nd? That seems like... Man, they did nothing for roster updates this year. What the fuck? October, a couple quick ones. 3 in November. And then nothing else, plus this. We'll see, Mills. That's the way more important one, don't you think? That's the way more important one. Source, myself, but also, I will give you this source. You see what I mean? You see what I mean? And even then, I don't think that officially says you have to do it in one season. Unless I'm just reading through it too quickly. That doesn't even say you have to do it in one season. So, you know. Man, I don't know what roster to use as the basis for this. Can I use this one? Like, this should be like, hey, we updated a bunch of stuff. That seems like deadline. How much people setting to use the starting roster? Yes, but it does mean certain junior players will be missing, which is why I don't want to use that one. And people who hadn't signed yet. So we're going to use that November 30th roster, I think. Although the expansion gameplay might not let you use any other roster. Yeah, I guess we last loaded this up in 2025. Damn. So it hasn't been that long, at least. But yeah, I'll try to put that one. We'll see if it works. If it doesn't, that's okay. And it is what it is. But what a time. What a time. NHL 3's draft champs. And back when you could favorite your panels. So franchise, create player, and rosters are my 3 favorited panels. Surprise, surprise. But, all right. New franchise mode. I forgot they did that where you could do the 32 immediately. 31st team expansion. Oh, goodness. Let's see. We gotta be Vegas, huh? We gotta be Vegas. Really quickly, top players for the Ducks, Getzlaf, Perry, Hampus, Lindholm. Coyotes had Oliver Lawson, Tossum, Max Domi, and Connor Murphy. Bruins with Rask, Bergeron, Pasternak. Sabres with Eichel, O'Reilly, and Ristolainen. 2 out of 3 have gone on to win cups elsewhere. Calgary was Giordano, Goodrow, and TJ Brody. Carolina had Falk, Skinner, and Hannafin. Chicago with Kane, Keith, and Taves. Colorado had Duchesne, McKinnon, Landeskog. God, Matt Duchesne hadn't even left Colorado yet. Jesus. He hadn't even left Colorado yet. Jesus. That is ridiculous. Mills, I'm still trying to read over what you sent. I don't see anywhere where it says you absolutely have to win in Season 1. Unless I'm just blind. Blue Jackets had Bobrovsky, Werenski, and Jones. Stars had Ben, Sagan, Klingberg. Red Wings with Zetterberg, Mrazek, and Dylan. D. Larkin. Who's that? DeLarkin. I don't know if Red Wings fans, do you have any idea who that guy is? D. Larkin? Weird. Oilers had McDavid, Draisaitl, Cam Talbot. Florida with Luongo, Barkov, and Ekblad. Damn. This was still around the time where people were just like, whatever, the Florida Panthers. And when the hell was Bill Zito hired? It wasn't too long after this. It was September of 2020. It's amazing how fast they turned around once he was hired. Kings had Doughty, Kopitar, Quick. Boy, that's sad. Doughty's the last one left. Minnesota with Suter, Dubnyk, and Eric Stahl. Habs had Price, Weber, and Pacioretty. Very good. Preds with Yossi, Rene, and Subban. That's still very weird to see. Everyone moved Florida, Quebec, to Quebec in their franchise. I think this was the year I moved Columbus to QC. Funny enough, so. Funny enough. Devils with Schneider, Hall, and Severson. Islanders, Tavares, Leddy, and Thomas Greiss was one of their top 3 players. Yikes. Rangers with Lundqvist, McDonough, Zuccarello. Not too bad. Sens had Carlson, Anderson, and Mark Stone. Yeah, don't let him go. Flyers, Giroux, Voracek, and Simmons. The year I told you about the Let's Go Nordique song and used it in one of the intros. There we go. Elsewhere, what's up? Penguins, Crosby, Malkin, Letang. 9 years later, they are all still there. That's crazy. Let's see. The Sharks with Burns, Pavelski, Vlasic. Blues had a generic AHL team? I guess they hadn't changed, or the affiliations were still moving. Weird. Tarasenko, Petrangelo, Jake Allen. They must have had a shared team that year. Tampa with Stamkos, Hedman, Kucherov. Toronto with Matthews, Anderson, and JVR. What a team. Canucks with Horvat, Tanev, and Daniel Sedin. We'll talk about them in a second. The Washington Capitals with Ovechkin, Holtby, and Backstrom. Alexander Ovechkin. And the Jets with Scheifele, Bufflin, and Wheeler. I think they shared the Wolves. Yeah, that makes sense. Vegas. Obviously, we all know what they were able to do IRL with this expansion draft and just taking advantage of so many other teams and their just sheer stupidity. We'll see what happens this time. We will have the authentic protection list. That's fine. Assistant coach headlines can be off. Waivers. Morale meetings. Sure. Why not? I'm not too worried about owner mode for this one. Not too worried about owner mode. We might do it for a different one if I want that other achievement, but it's fine. Surely I won't get the same generous donations. I will not, unfortunately. If only. So yeah, we're going to be starting behind the 8 ball a little bit. Everything else looks good, though. I mean, like I said, like, I just don't know for sure if it has to be done in one season, because there's nothing, with respect, Mills, there's nothing definitive that says absolutely it has to be done in the first season. I'd believe that could be the case, for sure. We'll play with injuries on and just see if it's annoying. Trade difficulty we'll put on hard because I hate myself. And even if I don't technically get the achievement, if I do it, I do it. It's fine. So, I remember the initial response to the Knights expansion was unanimously, this roster is shit. There was a lot of that, yeah. No, there was definitely a lot of that, of people just being like, oh, cool, they took these leftovers of William Karlsson and... I mean, with respect, William Karlsson was the one that really got thrown under the bus of like, haha, yeah, good for Vegas. They got William Karlsson. And then you look back at that 2017 expansion draft for Vegas. Now, obviously, the key was the trades, right? This is where they honestly screwed Seattle. Now, Seattle kind of screwed themselves. Like, unfortunately, Ron Francis wasn't the right guy. But there was such an overcorrection of teams being like, nope, don't help Seattle, because Vegas robbed everybody blind. They got William Carrier for a 6th-round pick. Steal. They got Jonathan Marchessault and a 4th-round pick. And I believe, yeah, sent Riley Smith to Florida there. Or I think, yeah, that's what it was. Carolina was like, hey, we'll give you... oh no, that's what it was. That's what it was. Buffalo was like, hey, we'll give you a 6th-round pick. Please don't take this guy. So they took William Carrier. Please don't take Riley Smith. Okay, what do we get instead? We'll give you Jonathan Marchessault and a 4th-round pick, or Florida receives the 4th-round pick. Like, but basically, you can look at all these swaps. My brain's not working. I apologize. You can look at all of these swaps and just be like, Jesus Christ. Like, no wonder why they were so good. Again, Vegas ending up with Marc-Andre Fleury. And only 4 of the 7 players received via those trades actually ended up playing for Vegas. But that is where they thrived, was in certain deals of, hey, please don't take this guy, we'll give you this so you take somebody instead. Because you look at this roster, and yeah, like, what do you mean a team that took Teemu Pulkkinen from Arizona, Connor Brickley from Carolina, Brandon Leipsic from Toronto? What do you mean this team made the cup final? It wasn't necessarily all in the picks, although there were some very good picks. It was all of this shit that they were given instead to not take somebody specific that a team could not protect. That is where they made their money. And that expansion draft really paid off. Then, not to mention afterwards, they were not loyal to anybody. For better or worse, they were not married to anybody. What did Columbus do with the picks that they got in that swap? Good question. Good question. Let's see if I can find that, actually. What did Columbus do? Winnipeg receives Columbus's 1st-round pick. So yeah, the concession was David Clarkson, a 1st and a 2nd. Let's see. Do we know what that is? Golden Knights select William Karlsson that draft. So 2017 1st-rounder. Let's do 2017 NHL draft. What did Columbus do with that pick? Did they trade it again? Yeah, like the Golden Knights with one of the picks they got from Winnipeg, they took fucking Nick Suzuki. And say what you want about, like, the Pacioretty trade or whatever, but, like, they're not hurting at all for the fact that they traded Nick Suzuki. They also got Eric Brandstrom, who was also an instrumental piece in a different trade. It's just crazy. From Columbus via Vegas, Winnipeg ended up taking Christian Vesalainen. in that particular deal. So pretty much anybody that like did this bit of business with Vegas, like it just did not work out for them all that well. I guess it could have been even worse had they lost certain people, but yeah, it did not work out well for them. Do I care about trade offers? I guess. We'll double check to see how much of this is just not worth having on at all and seeing what's changed over the years and what hasn't. Tiebreaker game plan is to win with the expansion Vegas Golden Knights. Then in the next expansion, no deals were made. Right, yeah, I mean, Seattle really got the short end of the stick because everybody overcorrected and said there's no way we're helping out this any of these teams. This is I feel like I'm in a fucking Star Wars room that's just bright as shit. Is there a verified list of the specific players these team wanted to protect from Vegas? I mean, you could probably hunt down the old reports. Yeah, I mean, you could probably find the list and the reports that were out there at the time. I don't think they have it on Wikipedia specifically. Yeah, I don't think they have that list specifically on the Wikipedia side of things, but the reporting, those articles will still be out there. It's just the Overwatch menu. But yeah, our goal here is Knighted win the cup as the Golden Knights after doing an expansion draft. Now, there's indecision as to whether or not this has to be done in the first season. I'm going to play it as if it doesn't. If I don't end up actually getting the achievement, whatever, I don't care. It's just kind of the basis for like, yeah, this could be a fun challenge to do for a random game. And Razor does have that list. Okay, so this list of who's there, that is on the Wikipedia side of things. This is on the wiki. But yeah, for example, if the Bruins were like, hey, we'll give you this and this so that you take Colin Miller instead of Adam McQuaid, that would take finding different articles, right? So for example, Columbus, right, had to leave like Josh Anderson available. Jonas Korpisalo, like I do wonder if maybe they would have been the pick instead of Carlson. That type of deal, right? Like I said, I'm sure you can hunt down the old articles. So, but we start with absolutely nobody. And obviously these menus look pretty damn familiar up until more recent times where we finally got a menu refresh. But all right, advance to expansion draft. I'm here for it. Draft lottery results will have the 6th overall pick. Okay. See what we can do. Because obviously those trades aren't there. Did NHL 22 have a similar achievement for Seattle? I don't know, actually. Good luck. All right, Anaheim. Oh my god, these menus, though. So from Anaheim, it could be Bernier, Enroth, Tokarski, Matt Hackett. Patrick Eves, Clayton Stoner, who they did take, right? Emerson Edom. Man, there's nothing. R.I.P. Nick Kerdiles. Yeah, it's not really going to matter who we take here, so let's go look at a different team from Anaheim, because, oh my god. Paulie, what's up, dude? Arizona, Louis Domingue in goal. Radim Verbata, Jamie McGinn, Shane Doan. Oh my god. What about prospects? Is Stoner and Theodore together? Yes. So if I'm not mistaken, and I might be, I'm really trying to go back off of memory, but for Anaheim, it was, please don't take this guy. Available players, like, I'm trying to think of who it would have been. I think it was maybe Josh Manson or Sammy Vatanen. They were trying to protect, saying, hey, we'll give you this. That type of deal. Anaheim was Stoner to take Theodore over Manson. There you go. The old brain can still work on occasion. Man, these first two teams, there's just nothing with respect to Alex Burmistrov and Jared Tenorti. I mean, in fairness, we could take the players that the teams actually took, except I don't think I get the same draft picks. To my knowledge, I don't think I get the same draft picks that Vegas managed to get in the expansion, right? So, screw them. Let's see. Boston, Hadobin, Malcolm Subban, which, yeah, make it as close to IRL. You don't, plus how you're going to be able to get the tack on. So that's the thing, right? So, is this using the edited roster? No. No, it is not. I think you have to use, I feel like taking all different players would be a fun challenge. It's probably what I'm going to do. Could even just leave it up to the AI and see what happens, but I feel like they'd build a disaster class of a team based off of salary. So we're just going to have fun rewriting history, I think. Again, IRL, they took Colin Miller, which, yeah, it's probably going to be my choice, too. It's probably going to be my choice, too. It's definitely not going to be Matt Bolesky. Can say that. Still not certain, though, because Malcolm Subban's there. Does Buffalo have an obvious pick? Anders Nilsson in goal. Zach Bogosian, Josh Georges, Dmitry Kulikov, Molson, Franzen. I mean, William Carrier. He's probably the best guy to take, honestly. Elite 1C, Derek Grant. Dude, Smoot's gonna pop up out of nowhere, but I fucking heard his name. Calgary, Michael Stone, Troy Brower, Christopher Stieg, Derek Engeland, who was the real pick. Goalies, Brian Elliott, Tom McCollum. Ugh. And really nothing for potential. Emile Poirier, Hunter Shinkarik. Oh my god. Carolina. Cam Ward, Eddie Lack, Daniel Altshuler. That is nuts. That is nuts. I feel like Engeland should still be the pick. Golden Knights received a 5th-round pick from the Canes in exchange for leaving Stempniak, Nordstrom, Lack, and Cam Ward in Raleigh. Okay, you know what? I mean, it's being... There's a big enough conversation. I'm going to throw this to a vote. Why not? Why not? What do? Carve your own path. Select same players as IRL. If you are on the YouTube side in the live chat here, let me know your thoughts. But it's one of two options because the AI can go fuck itself. I don't want to do the AI thing. Either I just do whatever the hell I want to do, or we take the same players that we're taking in real life. And so far, the carve your own path just won. It's over. Okay, I'm carving my own path. There you go. GG's. There you go. All right, it has been decided. Quick and easy. Quick and easy. How do you like that? Just be asked for a decade of catharsis, right? Oh, God. Okay. Man, this is brutal. Chicago. Obviously, we haven't even chosen anybody yet. I'm waiting for a team. Oh, my God. Matt Carruth and fucking Jeff Glass. Well, we're certainly not taking a goalie from Chicago. Trevor Van Riemsdyk. Brian Campbell, Johnny Oduya, Marcus Kruger. They do have Ville Polka. I mean, TVR is certainly more ready to go now. Ville Polka will be TVR in 2 years. That's about it. Maybe it's Ville Polka, though. I don't know. Yeah, it's tough to come up with that first choice. Colorado. Ooh, Calvin Pickard? Backup goalie defined right now for Calvin Pickard. Jeremy Smith, Joe Kanata. Other than that, ooh, Mikhail Grigorenko still had some potential. Okay. All right, Colorado's got some good choices. Like Soderberg, Fedor Tutin. Columbus. Anton Forsberg. Oscar Dansk. I still have that button, don't I? I think I do. Dance. It's Oscar Dansk for old time's sakes. Delightful. We'll see if I get DMCA'd by TSN for that one. We'll see. They did end up with Oscar Dansk in Vegas at one point, too. Aside from that, Gagne, William Karlsson, Josh Anderson. There isn't a team where the choice is, like, super obvious. Just because everybody else is garbage. Dallas, Kari Lettinen, Antiniemi. I mean, we're not taking them for the cap. Justin Peters, Maxim Lagacé, who did end up in Vegas. Yuri Hudler, Cody Eakin, who ended up on this expansion team. Jamie Alexiak, who would be a part of the Seattle expansion. It might be my choice here. I mean, it's either Cody Eakin or Jamie Alexiak. Alexiak seems like a smarter move. Dude, give me one team where it's like, okay, clearly this is the only guy we can choose. Detroit with Petr Mrazek, Jared Coro, Eddie Pasquale, Nick Cronwall, Riley Sheehan, Jonathan Erickson, Darren Helm. I mean, it's probably Riley Sheehan. Like, it can't be Cronwall. He's too old and too expensive. Damn. And these options were not good. Edmonton, who'd you have in goal? Gustafson and Brossois. Okay. Top players, Chris Russell, Benoit Pouliot, David Desharnais, and Eric Greiba. Not to mention Griffin Reinhart, who they did end up with. I mean, Brossois could be okay. Reinhart would make sense. Okay. I mean, again, a lot of these picks, it's just going to depend on who else is available, especially like goalies and stuff like that. Reto Berra for the Florida Panthers. Outside of that, Jaromir Jagr at age 45, Thomas Vanek, and then Jonathan Marchessault. Jussi Jokinen, Colton Sevier, Mackenzie Weegar, high AHL, top 2. Jesus, it's Jagr. I mean, it's Jagr or Marchessault. I'll see if I can save the cap to be able to take Jagr, because we did only have $59 million of cap space, which is nuts. The Kings. Zatkoff, Jack Campbell. Who else? Braden McNabb. Marion Gaborik, Jerome McGinley. Oh, God. Trevor Lewis, Dustin Brown. Oh, my God, dude. $6 million. He was a 78. Jesus Christ. Whew. I mean, then there's Nick Shore, Michael Mersch. I mean, it probably is Braden McNabb as well. Damn. Minnesota. Darcy Kemper, Alex Stalock, Jonas Gustafsson. No, yeah, it would have been Johan Gustafsson. Jonas Gustafsson is much older. What else did they have? Martin Hansel, Eric Holla. I mean, Hansel or Holla wouldn't be that bad either. Kemper wouldn't be that bad as a goalie. Normally, like, if you play NHL 26 and do an expansion draft, it's immediately just, yeah, here's, like, this very obvious prospect to pick. I'm not getting that in this run. Wheels, I haven't done it yet. Do you have any, kind of, Jake, I mean, just general him being a nuisance. It was great. It was great. Montreal with Al Montoya, Alex Radulov, Andre Markov, Tomas Plekanec, Alexei Emelin, Brandon Davidson, Nikita Nestorov. Charles Hudon. Charles Hudon. Emelin was the real was he, though? God, Radulov, De La Rose, Nestor. There's some choices. Damn. Islanders had Halak, Berube, Gibson. Who'd they have? Seidenberg, Hickey, Jason Chimera, Cal Clutterbuck. I mean, prospect-wise, it's looking like Shane Prince because Mayfield wasn't rated all that highly, nor was Ross Johnston. Good for him, though, man, the career he's had in the NHL from this point. It's either Shane Prince or, I mean, it's not Halak. That's too much money. I think we actually have our first pick, and it's going to be from the Islanders. I mean, the alternative is to take an ancient Dennis Seidenberg, a slightly too expensive Thomas Hickey. I mean, Shane Prince is 24 already. Clutterbuck's making $3.5 million. That's not going to happen. It probably will end up being Shane Prince, but I might need a defender. The Rangers with Ronta, Hellberg, and Mackenzie Skapski. Haven't seen that name in a really long time. Ronta's on a good deal. Aside from that, Michael Grabner, Brendan Smith, Kevin Klein, Oscar Lindbergh, Jesper Foss, Matt Pumple. Skapski for starter. Blimp, thank you for the primer. I don't know if that's enough to convince me. Matt Pumple's got that high top 6 potential at 24. That's not bad. What a visually unappealing menu. He has to take Skapski. I do not have to take Skapski. That is not how that works. Nashville. Eric Mazanec. Ooh, James Neal. I mean, he did end up in Vegas. Colin Wilson, Craig Smith, Mike Fisher, P.A. Parento. Pontus Aberg. I mean, it probably is James Neal, right? Probably is. Like, Pontus Aberg, 73 at 23, like, that's not that bad. But you got James Neal rocking an 84. I have no memory of Parento in Nashville at all. Me either. Apparently, 84 overall was good for a first-line forward in this game. Good lord. But yeah, I mean, I feel like it's got to be James Neal. Because we don't need Mazanec. I mean, if that is a legit first-line player, I mean, I do have... With my first pick, the Vegas Golden Knights select James Neal. I kind of forgot that's who was on my Vegas road jersey. Huh. Well, there you go. We're taking James Neal for Nashville. It makes too much sense. Even over Pontus Aberg. Let's see. Who did New Jersey have? Keith Kincaid, Scott Wedgwood with no potential at all. 40 minutes in, the pick is in. Excuse me, sir. It's been 33 minutes. Camilleri, John Merrill. I mean, Merrill was the real pick. Lovejoy Prout, Devontae Smith-Pelly, shortly before going to Washington. There's some decent choices there. I mean, Merrill or DSP, Bo Bennett. Can't really go wrong. What about Ottawa? Ottawa. Mike Condon, the Hamburglar. Chris Dreger. Bobby Ryan, Mark Mathot, Clark MacArthur. Chris Weidman. Yeah, it's going to be a veteran. It's just a matter of whom. Philadelphia. Steve Mason. 4.1 mil, but only for the year. Michael Neuwirth. Mason might be the right guy. Otherwise, Delzato, Reed, Raffle, Belmar. Yeah, I mean, again, probably a goalie pick there. Unless I had confidence in Taylor Lear, which I don't really. I mean, I can see why Belmar's the pick in real life based off of the cap hits. Some of these names make me feel old. Again, this game is coming up on 9 years old now. It's nuts. It might be Steve Mason, but I want to see if there's another goalie around. Pittsburgh. Oh, hey, look, another goalie. Marc-Andre Fleury. Who else would it be from Pittsburgh? Trevor Daley, Nick Bonino. Ian Cole, Carl Hagelin. Prospect-wise, it would be Derek Pouliot, who would end up in the Vegas org anyway. Brian Russ, Scott, well, I mean, it's got to be Fleury. It's got to be. That's the one. I mean, if it's not Fleury, it's Bonino. I feel like it's got to be Fleury. Marc-Andre Fleury, come on down. It's James Neal and Flower as our first two picks. San Jose. Aaron Dell, Troy Grosnick, Joe Thornton and Patrick Marleau. Okay. Paul Martin, Michael Bodker, Brendan Dillon, Joel Ward. I mean, it's got to be Thornton or Marleau. It's got to be. Brendan Dillon. Like, we don't need Barclay Goodrow. We don't need Dylan DeMello. We'll just have to figure out which one we want more or might need. St. Louis. Hutton. Oh, my God. I can steal him away before he hurts me. 97 months of Texkey. Texkey, how are you, handsome? I could steal him away before he hurts me in 2019. Who else could it be? David Perron, Gunnarsson, Laterra, Nail Yakupov? Still with a medium top 6 potential? Nail Yakupov redemption? It might have to be Nail Yakupov redemption. What would you do with the time machine? Tampa has Peter Budaj. We got Sando coming in on the 10 months as well. Thank you very, very much for that. Kristers Gudlevskis, Mike McKenna, Jason Garrison, Jake Dotchin. What a time. I mean, I can kind of see why Jay Garrison was the dude. Because if it's not him, I mean, Cedric Paquette, Jake Dotchin. Jesus. Who's Toronto have? Curtis McElhinney, Garrett Sparks, Garrett Sparks, Anton Bibeau. Not Corey Conacher that time he wore John Scott's helmet. Oh, we're doing this again? Oh, Canucks will also lose the 2027 draft lottery. Vans, thank you for the 8 months. And probably, yes. No lottery luck allowed for you. What's the achievement we're doing now? Win a cup is the expansion Golden Knights. Apparently, I never did it. There is some contention as to whether or not it has to be done in Season 1. I'm going to not necessarily aim to do that. I'm just going to do it for the sake of the challenge. And if it eventually gives me the achievement, then cool. Seth Griffith, Kirby Reichel, Brendan Leipzig. Interesting. And then Brian Boyle, Matt Hunwick. Okay. It probably will be Kirby Reichel. Vancouver. Ryan Miller. Richard Bachman. Lucas Spiza, Alex Biega, Jack Skilly. Top prospects, Reed Boucher. Brendan Gaunce. This is Drew Shore. Yep. Leipzig, great team guy. For sure. Oh, hey, the Dark Ages. What do you mean? Michael Chapuz right there. And the GOAT, Andre Padan. Who is my version of Dadonov or Andre Padan, by the way? Did we ever make a decision on that? I don't know if we ever made a decision as to who my version of that guy is. I'm intrigued to know people's answers based on the history of this channel. Washington. Michael Grubauer. Phoenix Copley. Damn, Grubauer, though. TJ Oshie. Carl Alsner, Kevin Shattenkirk, Justin Williams. My God, the options. Top prospect, either Brett Connolly or Nate Schmidt. I don't know if Nate Schmidt should end up in Vegas. We know what happens, actually. And then Winnipeg. Hutchinson, Pavelek, Sherratt, Mark Stewart, Sean Matthias. Who do you have for the top prospect? It's probably Ben Sherratt. If it's not Ben Sherratt, it's Scott Kosmachuk. It's a pretty low overall for a 23. It could be Hutch as a backup goalie to Fleury. If it's not him, it's Ben Sherratt, which is nuts. Okay, well, we have a general idea of who's out there. Our only two choices so far are James Neal and Marc-Andre Fleury. So back to the top with Anaheim. We know we definitely don't need a goalie. So who can we take instead? Again, Patrick Eaves is out there. Clayton Stoner. I mean, Nick Kerdiles is the top prospect. But he's only a 73 at 23, so we might just want to take the best player possible. There's no way I'm taking Clayton Stoner's contract without the sweetener that they got in real life, which was Shea Theodore. Good job, Anaheim, you fucking idiots. Oh, but we can't lose Josh Manson, who we're going to lose in the future anyway. Crazy. Crazy dumb mistakes. I'm leaning towards Patrick Eaves. Or just taking a low-end goalie here because we're going to need to take an AHL-level goalie at some point. So, yeah, I mean, if it's not Patrick Eaves, it's got to be a dude. I mean, Eaves could be a good bottom sixer. Let's go to Boston, or Arizona, that is. Arizona had Louis Domingue, who's not bad. Verbata's the top player. Their top prospect is Burmistrov or Tenorti. It's not great regardless. Like Jamie McGinn. He's decent and younger. That's about it. I think, again, that could just be, do we want, like, Louis Domingue as a backup? Just get the goalies out of the way through Anaheim and Arizona. But then again, Boston had Subban. If we take the goalie spots from earlier, that would leave Colin Miller, who they took IRL, is good from a potential standpoint. So I guess the question is do I want Malcolm Subban to try to learn under Fleury? I think I do. Give me Malcolm Subban. The hell is this UI? This is NHL 18 at its finest, baby. Buffalo. Had Anders Nilsson. So top player on Buffalo, Bogosian. Bogosian wasn't bad, but dude, he was getting paid $5 million? Jesus. Yeah, I too will take William Carrier. I am not paying Zach Bogosian. Like, dude, $5 million is basically... That's basically like first defenseman money, close to it. Like, that is a lot of salary for Zach Bogosian. Yeah, Buffalo. We'll take William Carrier, much like they did IRL. Calgary. Elliott and McCollum. We don't need Elliott. Michael Stone. Brouwer, Versteeg, Engeland. Prospect-wise, I think it's got to be Emile Poirier. We'll try for the Emile Poirier redemption. Otherwise, we go for the Hunter Shinkarik redemption. Which, I mean, either way, it's probably not great. Yeah, it's like his Michael Stone. Like, he's getting paid $2 million. He's apparently a top 4 defender, which is nuts. We had Shinkarik redemption NHL Legacy Edition. I mean, Shinkarik, I can at least imagine playing in the top 6. Stone looks terrified of the camera. He does, too. Shit. There's still some tough choices on the second pass. Carolina. Ward, Lack, Altschuler. We're not taking either of those two. Top guy is Andreas Nestrassel. Oh my god, dude. Carolina's got nobody. Nobody. Okay, so Carolina will be that team where we just say fuck it and we take Daniel Altschuler as an AHL level goalie. So our 3 goalies will be Fleury, Subban, and Altschuler. So we'll go back to Anaheim, pick up Patrick Eaves as a veteran bottom 6 forward, and from Arizona, I think we'll do something similar by taking... I didn't realize how much money Jamie McGinn was making. Oh my god. I can see why they took Teemu Pulkkinen. I can really see why they took Teemu Pulkkinen. I mean, I guess we can just take Redeem Verbata. Yeah, we'll take Redeem Verbata. Redeem the dream. I mean, I guess we could go for Burmistrov. Like, he's not even going to hit an 80 is my guess. I'm going to stick with Verbata. So Calgary, it's either Shinkarik or Poirier. We'll come back. Chicago, now that we know goalies are out of the equation, unless there was somebody who was a good prospect, but I think we're fine. Trevor Van Riemsdyk or top prospect Ville Polka. Real ones remember the summer of Ville Polka discourse. It was a great time. It was awful. The question is whether or not Ville becomes what you would want him to be. At the very least, he's a trade piece because of that potential. We are going to go for Ville Polka over TVR. It's always Ville Polka. Fuck Ville Polka. What did Ville Polka do to you? I want to have a polka party, and you can't stop me. Colorado. Dude, I totally forgot Calvin Pickard was there. Is there anybody... But then again, we already have Subban as a backup. We'd rather have Subban. Not pan out is what he did. Or didn't. That's fair. Yeah, see, Colorado, we have a much better choice here. It's Mikhail Grigorenko. Definitely Grigorenko. This game still liked him at the time. Columbus. Again, I mean, goalies were fun, but Polka could be anything. He could even be TVR. More so thinking he's easier to trade than TVR. Gagne, William Karlsson, Josh Anderson. It probably is Wild Bill again. Yeah. I mean, it's Karlsson or Anderson, and we will still take William Karlsson in this timeline. Dallas. Any goalies that can change my mind? No. So we got Hoodler, Eakin, Hamhugh, Sharp, Alexiak. I mean, it's Eakin or Alexiak. Eakin's already making 3.8 mil. Jamie Alexiak, you're not going to Seattle. You're going to Vegas. Congratulations. Detroit does not have a goalie that can change my mind about who we've selected. So, Jets legend Cody Eakin. He even ended up playing for a couple of teams. Cronwall, Sheahan. I mean, Riley Sheahan's making 2 mil. Xavier Ouellet. It might actually be Xavier Ouellet. Man, remember Ryan Sproul? I know Red Wings fans do. I think we're taking X. He will, in fact, give it to you. Xavier Ouellet. Welcome in. Edmonton. Again, I don't think they had a goalie that could change my mind, and they don't. So, I mean, Russell, Pouliot, Desharnais. Prospect-wise, Henrik Samuelsson or Griffin Reinhart. That's pretty much it. I mean, Pitlick is 25, so that potential might not do much else. Man, Chujarkero's down there, too. Griffin Reinhart redemption. He was taken by Vegas IRL. We'll go for it. We won't learn from their mistake. Florida. I will appease people in chat that have been very upset with me. Or will I, brother? Like, Jonathan Marchessault's the obvious pick. He's the obvious pick. But I think chat will kill me if I don't take Jaromir Jagr. We'll come back to Florida. We'll probably take Jagr for the fun of it. LA. Zakhoff, Campbell, we're fine. Braden McNabb. He's only making 1.7 mil at the time. I mean, if it's not Braden McNabb, it's Shore. Or obviously, like, again, look, because he's old as hell. Make this at least somewhat difficult. Dude, you act like I'm getting these crazy good players. Have you seen this team so far? This team is terrible. We will, it's either Nick Shore or Braden McNabb. We'll take Braden McNabb. That works. Make it somewhat difficult for you, he says, after I selected Xavier Ouellet and Griffin Reinhart back-to-back. Minnesota. Martin Hanzal really wouldn't be that bad. Really wouldn't be that bad. If it's not him, it's Eric Holla. We'll take Martin Hanzal. IRL, he had quite a few injury problems at this time, but man, he was a good player when he was healthy. Underrated because he was in Arizona for most of it. Montreal. This team could go 82-0 with the ASIM logic. That's fair. I mean, it has to be Radulov, right? It's got to be. If it's not Radulov, it could be Nestorov or Charles Hudon. But Radulov would be a big difference maker out of the gates here. Yeah, legit top-line player. Keep him from going back to Russia. We're going to take Radulov. Here. Let's see. New York Islanders. With this expansion Vegas team. Again, Seidenberg, Hickey. If we don't go for an already established player, it's Shane Prince. Hickey wouldn't be that bad. He's not getting paid a ton. I mean, I'd certainly rather have him than Jason Chimera or Cal Clutterbuck for what they're getting paid, and obviously Seidenberg. Shane Prince, top-line winger, because I loved him for no reason. I'm sad he didn't do shit. Popcorn, thank you for the 81. You know what? We'll go for Shane Prince. I mean, an 81-month resub as opposed to, blimp on the 2 months for a Skapski. Come on, 2 months, and I'm gonna get strong-armed into a pick? I don't think so. I might actually still take Skapski here, to be honest. Who else did the Rangers have? Grabner, Smith, Klein, Lindbergh. If it was a oh, dude, Matt Pumple. It's got to be Pumple. He's still a high 6. Yes, he's 24, but maybe he can have a breakout season. I'm just doing my best. Blimp, I'm so sorry. Maybe I'll trade for Skapski. He'll be easier to trade for than Pumple. So Matt Pumple is here. Pumplemania, brother. I don't know if we want that as the tagline. Devils. I feel like it's got to be John Merrill. Right? I mean, Camilleri's 35, making $5 million. If it's not Merrill, it's Devontae Smith-Pelly. But they're both the same age. Merrill's already 3 years older. Let's go for John Merrill. Beauty of a human. We will go for John Merrill from the Devils. Ottawa. Again, no goalie that's going to tempt me to think differently. They don't have any prospects, so we're probably oh my God, Bobby Ryan's getting paid $7.25. Holy. Oh no, tiebreaker. I wasn't being sarcastic. John Merrill's just an actual good dude. I know, whenever you're like, oh, hey, a hockey player, great dude. I know it comes off as very sarcastic. We'll come back to Ottawa because this pick will depend on how much cap space we have left. Although I do have to shout out the GOAT, Jyrki Jokipaka. Because it's Jyrki Jokipaka. Philly. Philly. Delzato gets paid way too much. I can see why they took Belmar. I can see why they took him because look at the cap hits for other people. I'll try to still take Belmar, but we might end up with Chris Vandeveld. Again, Calgary, it's going to depend on cap situation. That's why we're waiting for them and for Florida. And now Ottawa as well. So Philly, am I wrong in thinking 1 year left means pending free agent? You might not be because they did eventually add the plus 1 year, but I'm not sure. But that is a fair point, SB. It might work that way, and that's why they had to fix it later. I don't remember. From the Sharks, Thornton and Marlowe. Both available. Clearly, that's the way to go, is to just try to get one of them as a big-time difference maker. I feel like Thornton makes more sense as a playmaker since we took Radulov and James Neal. Bodker's not a bad shout either at 27. He is making $4 million for 4 years. You know, that's fair. Oh, goodness. St. Louis. Again, as funny as it would be to take Binnington. But David Perron is out there. Dude, it's got to be Nail Yakupov. It's got to be. Like, yeah, David Perron is solid, but if we can get Nail Yakupov to turn things around, we have to do it. We are taking Nail Yakupov from St. Louis. What about Tampa? Again, no goalies to change my mind. Jason Garrison gets paid way too much. So it's either Dotchin or Cedric Paquette. And we do need forwards. This, you know what? This will come down to whatever we need. Wasn't Dotchin the guy that Anaheim cut for being overweight? Yes. Can I go all the way over? No, I can't. We always got to scroll to the end. Toronto. Toronto. Seth Griffith, we kind of discussed earlier, right? Kirby Reichel. Yeah, Kirby's the guy. More redemption. Looking for more prospect redemption. Vancouver. Reed Boucher. Brennan Gaunce. I mean, it's either Gaunce or Boucher. I don't want to pay Lucas Spiza $3.6 million. So the rule, we have to try to sign every terrible person. Well, yeah, I mean, we're going for Gaunce because I'm not taking Reed Boucher. Is the reason why I didn't take Leipzig off Toronto either. So, Brendan Gaunce, welcome in. Wait, what did Kirby Reichel do? Did I miss something about Reichel? It's tough to keep track, okay? There's been so much. Frank, thank you for the 170. What did Reichel do? Am I going to have to answer for why I drafted him every fucking minute? His dad was an idiot. I think that's about... Okay, well, his dad can be an idiot. That's fine. Basically ruined his NHL career. Okay, well, as long as we're not talking like Brendan Leipzig, you know, shit-talking teammates' wives and shit like that type of shitty, you know? There's only so many brain-damaged people you can track at one time, exactly. Washington. Does that mean we'll eventually get Carter Hart? Time will tell. Grubauer. It's got to be Oshie. Speaking of people with that political affiliation there, Top Hat, we probably do got to take Oshie here. Like, that's clearly the best pick. I mean, it's him or Carl Alsner. We're not going to take Connolly. Timothy, come on down. We'll take TJ Oshie. Oh, SB, yeah. I mean, that's, you know, that's the not so hidden truth. And then Winnipeg. I think it's going to be Ben Sherratt. I unfollowed him, Reichel? When he blamed Biden for higher gas prices during the pandemic. Okay. So he's an idiot. That's fair. Tifa, thank you very much for the raid. How'd the stream go? We're doing a little bit of a blast from the past here. I think it's got to be Ben Sherratt because Kosmachuk probably won't make it. So that leaves us room for 2 more defenders, and we need a couple more forwards. Not too bad. Not too bad. What were you up to streaming-wise? NHL 94. Ooh, good stuff. Yeah, no, you definitely got me on the blast from the past stuff. Fair enough. Following Kirby Reichel on Twitter is funny conceptually. Not wrong. Okay, so we got room for 2 defenders. Were you doing anything specific on 94 or just playing it to screw around? All right, it looks like it's a forward from Calgary no matter what, unless we wanted Michael Stone. Florida. Is there a defender in the conversation? No, it's Marchessault or Yager. Trying to rerun the Rangers and the champs. Again, I'm in the semis, 1-1 versus Flyers. Nice. I haven't played NHL 94 in a while. Obviously still holds up. But yeah, so what we've been doing is going back and just being like, all right, like, I didn't get this achievement back in the day. Let me try to get it now. So we were playing NHL 11. Had an achievement where we had to get legendary GM status. We did that. And then I looked and, well, we have never won the Stanley Cup as the Vegas Golden Knights after doing the expansion draft. So, again, there's a chance that the achievement will only proc if you win it in Season 1, but it doesn't say for sure. So we're just going to play it and it's okay. We're just going to play it and it's okay. All right. Top hat, fair enough. Ottawa. Yeah, SB, there's a couple of these achievements where it's like, wait a minute, I didn't do that? So, yeah. I hear you. All right, Ottawa was just a whoever pick. Mathat's making too much money. Chris Weidman was an idiot, to my recollection. We could take Borowiecki. I mean, Tommy Wingles is there. The other guys are making too much money. Jyrki Jokipaka. Ottawa's another tough one. What team am I going to take a defender from at this point? Philly? Word on the street is you don't have to win it first season. I mean, it doesn't say, and then I tried to do some online research, and nobody says with 100% certainty it has to be in Season 1, so I think I'm okay. Belmar. Can there be one team, at least, where it's like, okay, clearly just take a defenseman? Because San Jose, we were thinking about Thornton and Marlowe. The default roster have actual picks? If so, is that why you didn't do it? Probably, yes. I probably played as Vegas, but with their proper expansion team back in the day instead of redoing the draft. I think it's going to be Jake Dotchin, right? We were considering him or Cedric Paquette. We will take Jake Dotchin, and I need one more defender. One more defender, and the rest can be forwards. Okay, so decision time from Calgary. It's either we take Stone as the best player available, or we go for the Emile Poirier or Hunter Shinkarik redemption arc. Doing it 1 year must be really hard. It would just be, sending out all your draft picks as fast as possible. On your guys' roster, whenever I create my own team, it crashes the game. So Ice Bucket, the problem is that roster has the cap for created teams. So what you're going to want to do is just edit one of the teams that's already there, and you'll be good to go and be able to save it. But yeah, unfortunately, there's a created team limit within NHL. What's the current defensive line? Sherratt, Alexiak, Wallet, McNabb, Merrill, Dotchin, Reinhart, and Billy Polka. So we could use a Michael Stone. We could. We could. Florida, I know you guys are going to make me do this, right? You're going to make me take Yager. I really do want to take Marchessault, but it's only because that medium top 6 is enticing, but also he is 26 at this point. So, I use the Brooklyn Bayos for franchise. Wasn't that ours? Hello, Crashy, you're fine. Good to see you. It is all good. Ottawa might have to be that last defenseman. Okay. You know what? Let's do this. We'll take Yager over Marchessault. And we were going to take Joe Thornton because we need a top playmaker off of the Sharks. If we're taking Yager, we're taking Thornton as well. Because I need that playmaker. The Burnaby Chings was you? It sure was. It sure was. God, Shinkarik, Poirier, or Stone. Why is that the toughest choice we've had? That's insane. Oh. Line 1's going to retire in 1 season. Yes, but if we suck, we can trade him at the deadline. Right? So if we don't take Michael Stone and we take another defender, it's not going to be from Philly unless I take, like, TJ Brennan just because I like him. But what a season Line 1 will have. Yeah. I got YouTube going in the background so I don't get ads. There you go. Oh, boy, isn't that fun for everybody that also puts it up on YouTube. Kulak for Calgary. Was Kulak there? I didn't even see him. It's interesting. Imagine if Carlson actually was able to play like he did in real life. I can only hope. Philadelphia. You definitely pay more attention to this chat. Well, this chat's just more active in a general sense. I'm flipping back and forth, but Twitch is the one that's primarily up, and then I'll click over to YouTube every little bit just to double check. He was 77 and 23. All right, Dale, I'll double check when we go back to Calgary, which will be right now because I need to make a decision. It's not that big of a decision, but it is. So what do we have left? It's just Ottawa, Philly, and Calgary. Calgary has the best prospects, but also the best defenseman left in the form of Michael Stone. But I feel like we could get somebody like Michael Stone all the time. Oh, there is Kulak. Unfortunately, he's only high 7th. I don't think he'll get much better than what he is. It's probably Shinkarik or Poirier. Probably. All right. Ottawa. Bobby Ryan's too pricey. The top 3 are just too expensive. We could take Borowiecki as that final defenseman because I don't even know who the hell's on Philly I'd want to take for that role. I mean, TJ Brennan. So that could be Tommy Wingles. Was that Tom or Taylor Pyatt? It's probably Tom. Yeah. Jyrki Jokipaka. Chris Kelly. 72 faceoffs for Tommy Wingles. Oh, yeah, Bobby Ryan's contract is brutal. So is Mark Mathot's. Otherwise, that's probably the direction that we'd go. Let's go for Tommy Wingles. And then it's Philly and Calgary. I'm going to trade for Mark Stone year 2. I'm going to try. Philly, we just want to keep the price down. So we could go for Belmar and Stone from Calgary, or we take a defender like TJ Brennan. Let's take TJ Brennan. One more decision for you, chat. Emile Poirier, who's more defensive, or Hunter Shinkarik, who is more of the offensive style. Who are we going for? Polls up. You might have to refresh Twitch to get it. YouTube-wise, let me know your thoughts, and I will factor that in. Carlos, hello, and good morning. Let's see what you guys vote for here. I'm a man of the people, damn it. I'm a man of the people. Right in, Matt Station. Look at that goddamn contract for Matt Stajan, by the way. That is awful. Carlos, we did. We accomplished our goal in 11. So now we are on to something new. Ironically, I believe NHL 11 took 11 seasons. Might have taken 10 to hit that legendary status. Took over 3,000 days. But we did it. We did it. We did it. It's a close vote, but it looks like Emile Poirier is going to get the win on this one. And indeed he is. All right, Emile Poirier is our final pick. So let us finalize our Vegas roster. Patrick Eves, Radim Verbata, Malcolm Subban, William Carrier, Emile Poirier, Daniel Altshuler, Ville Polka, Mikhail Grigorenko, William Karlsson, Jamie Alexiak, Xavier Ouellet, Griffin Reinhart, Jaromir Jagr, Braden McNabb, Martin Hansel, Alex Radulov, James Neal, John Merrill, Shane Prince, Matt Bumple, Tommy Wingles, and TJ Brennan. And then Marc-Andre Fleury, Joe Thornton, Nail Yakupov, Jake Dotchin, Kirby Reichel, Brendan Gowns, TJ Oshie, and Ben Sherratt. Unironically, a better team than what they ended up with, but also they had way more draft picks than I'm going to have to start with. TJ Oshie inherits our leading scorer position with 56 points. We got some work to do, everybody. We got some work to do. Good Lord. All right, crack the knuckles and get down to business. So there's no universe they don't take Flower. I mean, in real life, like, Pittsburgh's like, we have Matt Murray, we're good to go. And yeah, Vegas, like, Pittsburgh would have had to have given Vegas so much to not take Fleury, but it made sense to let him go because, yeah, you had Matt Murray, right? Listed as a rebuilder, that makes sense. I do believe we have the extra draft class, right? I don't think it's... No, it is the real class. All right, perfect. Perfect. So Elias Pettersson, Nico Hischier, Nolan Patrick, Miro Heiskanen, Kyler Yamamoto, Cody Glass, Eric Brandstrom. Didn't Pittsburgh give him a pick to take Fleury? I believe so, yeah. Samuel Buchek, Gabe Velarde, Martin Necas, Cal Foote, and Urho Vakanainen. Damn. Damn. Who are the top goalies? Skinner, Nilo Halonen, Michael DiPietro, Ukko Pekka-Luukkonen, Ian Scott. It's a shame injuries took him out. All the stars are here. All right. Well, we'll see what we can do here because obviously they could not replicate in the game the fact that you could make all those little side deals, which would have been nice. In terms of the block, TJ Oshie is easily our most valuable asset. Easily. Ooh. Oh, okay, it's multiple years. It does still give us the extra picks? Yes! Let's go! It still gives us the extra picks! Oh, baby, we're cooking. We are cooking with gas now. Hell yeah. Oh, this is sweet. Oh, why'd they add the extra draft instead of going to the actual draft? It's just what they did. Must have been easier, right? Colin, I did have a custom roster for this, but I either don't know if I could use it, I didn't try, and didn't really want to. I was cool with just using the EA roster. Okay, so, for the draft, immediately trying to flip... I just fucking inherit Shea Theodore? This is the greatest game alive! It just gave me Shea Theodore and Alex Tuck anyway. Yes! All the side deals are still there! Yes! We just inherit Theodore and Tuck and the picks. Vadim Shipachyov is there. Oh, this is the greatest. Riley Smith is there. Woo! Reed Duke, the legend. Hell yeah. Maybe we will beat this in 1 year. Fuck yeah, man. Tomas Hika. Mikhail Oh, man, that's where the money came from. $5 million of inheriting Mikhail Grabovski. That's where that came from. You did have a cap hit of like 19 million before taking a player. Oh, Davey Clarkman. $5.25 million of David Clarkson. Okay, so look, it's not fully a gift because look at the most expensive players on the team. Dude, we inherit Clarkson, Grabovski, Smith, and Shipachyov without having a choice in the matter. Whew, you think it's probably because you used a later roster instead of opening night? I don't know. I don't know. I don't care either. This is very exciting. I hate you for not taking Jonathan Marchessault now. Blame chat, man. Blame chat. But we might get Yager as Cup after all. I'd be intrigued to experiment around to seeing, like, oh, if I started with this roster versus this one, what it looks like, but I'm not complaining right now. Okay, so the trade block heading into the draft. Like, we are kind of tied to Fleury at this point. It's gotta be whatever prospects have the most value that might not make it. So Matt Pumple, if we can flip him, we should. Theodore is still young enough, he should be okay. Grigorenko shouldn't be too bad either. Billy Polka and Yakupov, maybe. Let's go Pumple, Polka, and Yakupov. I believe NHL Team Force used to use default rosters. That's what I thought, too. What do we want? Honestly, as always, open block. Open block. You guys know I like to do this in most games. It's, you know, let's just see what the offers are. Let's see what kind of craziness the AI comes up with and if they give us anything cool. They may or may not. Whoops. But yeah, for both surplus and wants, we'll just go ahead and do it that way and see if we get any crazy offers. Obviously, the phone system wasn't in the game at this point. Wow, I can't believe it. It does give us Tuck and Theodore, Clarkson. I'm okay with that, though. But yeah, that definitely makes the cap situation make a lot more sense. Open block me when I get a new block of cheese. Ha, you see, because they both have the word block in it. The 2017 NHL Draft. And we did have this system. Now, the problem is we fell to pick number 6, which is brutal. Which is brutal. Actually, in real life, they had pick number 6, right? Just in general. Yeah, they had pick 6. Hischier goes first, then Patrick. Pettersson. Yeah, it's the same order. Heiskanen goes to Dallas. Trade up with Oshie. Yeah, we might have to. I don't even know if Heiskanen will still be there if we try. Yeah, no Cale Makar. That is who's missing. LA just offered us a first-round pick next year for Matt Pumple. Probably worth it. Unless we think we can play Pumple in the top 6 and he'll take off. What's that Kings roster looking like? Okay. I mean, they're still pretty good. Quick still rocking an 89. I mean, that first rounder could be anything. It could even be Matt Pumple. I think I have to take it. He's only a 75 at 24. There is that part of my brain that goes, maybe. Maybe we could get him to take off over the next year or two. Maybe. But also, we're kind of doing the same thing with Yakupov. But Yakupov's potential is also a little bit worse. Am I going to keep Matt Pumple? Can I even afford to play him? The first overall pick's already been made as well. So top 6, you're looking at Radulov, Neal, Thornton, Shipachyov, Yager, Riley Smith, Mikhail Grigorenko, Radim Verbata, Yakupov, Alex Tuck, probably be in the AHL. Think about how many people we'd have to put him ahead of. And you look at like Yakupov's value in comparison, right? What are the odds he actually develops? Pretty slim. There were no secondary positions at the time, no. Did Shipachyov suit up for the Knights? Only in a couple of games, and he went back to Russia. Why am I so torn on whether or not to keep Matt Pumple? But it's that damn potential that just makes you think, like, could he develop? But also, we're doing the same thing with Yakupov. We're doing the same thing with Yakupov. We have Tuck, who we have to try to develop. I think it's more fun if we keep him. Oshie could be third line. Radulov, Neal is top six. Thornton, Shipachyov, Yager, Smith, Grigorenko. There's so many younger skill players. It's nuts. I'm going to take the trade. There's just too many people. Nico Hischier goes first overall. Can we work out a deal with the Flyers? They don't want to trade the pick. It's going to be very difficult. They took Nolan Patrick. Ooh, Coyotes want Shipachyov for a second and a third. That solves a bit of the logjam and clears $4.5 million off the cap. That puck skills category is pretty nasty, though. And he's good. I should have done a little bit more research about our roster before jumping into the draft. I see player types from here. So top six playmakers, we have Thornton. If we let go of Shipachyov, we actually don't have another good playmaker. I might keep Shipachyov unless we get an offer for a first rounder. I'm going to say no to that. Dallas also doesn't want to trade the pick, so it's going to be very difficult. But Nolan Patrick goes second overall. This will be Heiskanen, I'm sure. Yeah. Buffalo wants to dump Josh Georges on us, along with a fourth for a third rounder. No, thank you. But yeah, there goes Miro. So I have no idea who Colorado will take here because they can't take Makar. They also won't trade the pick. So who are they going to go for? They took Elias Pettersson. We get a trade offer from the Caps, Grigorenko and Carrier for Luka Johansson, who, Lucas Johansson was very highly touted. Didn't pan out. 19 years old. He's only a 60. Grigorenko, we'll keep him. So Vancouver gets the short end of the stick here because Cale Makar was not in the game. Ghost, what's going on, by the way? So I have no idea who the hell the Canucks will take here. Probably Cal Foote is my guess. Lias Andersson. So the top five: Hischier, Patrick, Heiskanen, Pettersson, and Lias Andersson. Interesting indeed. So for us, that leaves Yamamoto, Velarde, Brandstrom, Cody Glass, and unfortunately, Cal Foote is a confirmed medium elite, so he would be the smartest pick. I don't know if I'll do that, though. And then again, goalie-wise, it was Skinner, DiPietro. What does Yamamoto look like here? Not amazing. Cal Foote would be very Vegas. You're not wrong. Gabe Velarde. Obviously, Brandstrom would make a good amount of sense. Suzuki would make a good amount of sense, too. Cody Glass. Urho Vakanainen. Samuel Buchek. P.O. Joseph, Owen Tippett, Nick Suzuki, Michael Rasmussen, Martin Necas, Vesalainen, Valimaki, medium 9, or at least exact 9, Jason Robertson. I'm so sad. Philip Krivicic. Haven't thought of that name in forever. Antoine Morand. Was that Artyom Manulin? Yep. 145 in a row for Diamond. Let's go. I kind of, in terms of the idea, right, of like, okay, replicating what Vegas really did versus having our own path, I do think an interesting move would be trying to get Suzuki and Brandstrom. And what if they kept the players that they drafted? Which, in fairness, we might not even keep them. It depends if the right offers come along. Our next pick after this is number 13. We're going to take Nick Suzuki with this pick. He's only a medium 659 overall, but I'm okay with that. We will take Nick Suzuki with this pick as we sell the Diamond for the 7 months off the primer. Thank you very much. Buchek. Top projected pick in NHL 18 who naturally went undrafted. Yeah, you can tell why I was very, very heavy in the drafting at this time. But yeah, Cody Glass in real life was the 6th pick. Suzuki was 13th, and then Brandstrom was 15th. They also got Nick Hague in this draft. But I'm going to see what else we might be able to do here. And we'll see if Glass falls to us. But yeah, we'll take Nick Suzuki. Nope, Cody Glass did not fall to us. Immediately got taken by Arizona. So, all right. I mean, I'm cool with that. I would rather have Nick Suzuki than Cody Glass. So, although Cody Glass is much, much better. Whoops. Is Buffalo willing to trade the pick? No. We just know the value is going to be so damn high. Sabres take... Fuck! Well, we got one of the 3. And he turned out to be the worst of the 3. No replicating history here. Final, I heard about some of it. I didn't watch all of it. All right. Well, Detroit at 9. Takes Foot. Medium lead, 63 overall. Again, we still have the 13th pick. Yeah, we got the best of the players overall, or IRL. Florida took Gabe Vilardi. And the Panthers want Shea Theodore and William Carrier for their first rounder next year. Yeah, no way is that happening. Shout out to the Totally Not Guitar Hero revival that's coming out this fall, by the way. My wife and I are going to play the shit out of that. Kyler Yamamoto heads to LA. And Carolina... Yeah, I mean, nobody wants to trade these picks. Carolina takes Owen Tippett. As we get offered a very early second for Nail Yakupov, I'm going to decline that. I was kind of hoping Tippett would fall to us. So we have 2 of the next 3 picks. 13th pick. Let's see. We got Vakanainen, Buchek, P.O. Joseph, Michael Rasmussen, Necas, Vesalainen, Valimaki, Robertson, Krivicic. Who's projected to go later? Oh, dude, Robert Thomas is in this draft. Obviously not looking as good as he does IRL. Nick Henry, Marcus Davidson. Is that like Yanni Ikonen or Juho Ikonen? It was Yanni Ikonen. Isaac Ratcliffe, Henry Jokiharju, Alexi Heponiemi, Alex Formanton, Cheestoff, Timothy Liljegren, Stelio Mateos, Ricard Hug, Nick Hague. I mean, we got to end up with Nick Hague. Matt Strome, Mason Shaw, Morgan Frost, Comtois, Elvin S., Cole Lind, Galvis and Gadjevich, Boqvist, Jordy Bellerive, Jared Anderson Dolan, Philip Hedel, Zach Lozon, Cale Fleury. God, remember how highly touted Cale Fleury was. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Okay. I'm trying to decide Cody has a fair point about taking Buchek just to see. But also, Natchez, like IRL, like you'd be like, oh my god, Natchez and Jason Robertson. You know? Remember people were calling this a weak draft. It's one of the deepest in the last decade. Not wrong. Oh, boy. Do we go with Natchez? I'm going to take Natchez. We'll see if Buchek falls to us. Nope. Cody, for the record, that's why I didn't take him. I remember that he was good, and I didn't really want to immediately get a guy that was a high 6 like that. So, we've done a redemption arc. Why not a full redemption for a guy who was never drafted? But yeah, because EA overrated the shit out of him. That's why. Remember when you guys said, hey, we want there to be some challenge? That's why I didn't take Buchek. That one was locked away in the brain about him being good. But, I mean, we have Suzuki and Natchez to start out. And 15th, he won't be the best pick, but, I mean, Jason Robertson. We got to take Jason Robertson. Medium 9, Jason Robertson. They did him so dirty. But we're going for the name value in this draft as opposed to who I remember is good or not. All right. Calgary. Are they willing? Warrior, there's a decent chance it'll happen. I've just been busy with other games. Calgary took Michael Rasmussen. Very, very good in this game. Toronto. Again, this was before the era of them letting you know if someone wanted to trade the pick with an icon, by the way. That's why I keep checking. Leafs take Juuso Valimaki. The Bruins. Okay, the Bruins are willing to trade the 18th overall pick. I don't really know who I'd trade up to do it, unless we wanted to send Thornton back to Boston. Dylan, they did not. We could use Ville Polka. Do you think Robertson stays in Dallas? I hope not. I hope he ends up as a Bruin. I hope. We could use Hansel. Merrill, Patrick Eves. I mean, if we could use Patrick Eves as a basis for getting this trade done, that would be delightful. First line's within the top 9. It's technically not wrong. That's fair. We could take on... Oh, man, Colby Cave. So if we use Patrick Eves as the base for this... Could use Ville Polka, Riley Smith, Reed Duke, Carrier, Poirier, Reichel, Wallet, McNabb. I mean, I'm not going to have room for Redeem Brabata. There's somebody else who's way down there. I mean, the issue with Hayes is that he's expensive. I don't have room for him, but Cave can be in the AHL, you know? So can Sean Corrali, for that matter. So if we use Eves and Verbata and add... Okay, we got the 34th and the 45th. What if we add Boston's 5th round pick back? How close are we? They don't want to trade for Eves because, yeah, his deal is expiring. Okay. Yeah, we're going to have a hard time trading up then. SB was right earlier. Bruins take Artyom Manulin. The Sharks want James Neal for the 19th overall pick. James Neal is arguably our best player. I don't think I want to get rid of James Neal for just the 19th pick. I'd want higher than that. Sharks take Antoine Morant. The Blues take Christian Vesalainen. Rangers, P.O. Joseph. Oilers, I don't know yet. I didn't see. Yakupov and Carlson for Gabriel Carlson. No. Philip Krivicic. Coyotes took Urho Vakanainen. I am not trading Neil Yakupov. The Jets take Stuart Skinner. Montreal takes Robin Salo. I think was an Islanders pick, IRL. Chicago, Alexei Heponiemi. St. Louis, Joni Ikonen. Ottawa, Isaac Ratcliffe. Anaheim, I think with Nick Henry. Shipachyov for Bouwmeester in a 7th. No. Preds at 30 took Davidson. A 2nd and a 3rd for Polka and Prince. You think I want to trade the Prince of Polka? Why would I want to trade the Prince of Polka? We're going to say no to that as well. Penguins at 31. Didn't see it yet. We're not trading Yakupov. Penguins at 31 as Stanley Cup champs took Robert Thomas. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough, fair enough. So second round, we're only 2 picks removed. Colorado takes Ricard Hug, and Vancouver takes Alex Formenton. So we have this pick here. Henry Jokiharju's still there. Liljegren. But if you know me, you know exactly who we're taking with this pick. It's not even a question of who I'm taking with this pick. It's not even a question. We're taking our boy, channel legend Nick Hague, who's only a low 4 and a 60 overall, but you know what? It's going to work out because we are going to brute force him to the show. It's going to be great. So, I mean, Suzuki, Natchez, Robertson, and Hague. I'm good with it. Florida took a generated dude named Cheestoff. Philip Hedl goes to the Sharks. Cole Lind to the Sabres. Yakupov for Daniel Sedin in a 4th. How desperate is Vancouver? No, thank you. Henry Jokiharju goes to Detroit. Dallas takes Jordy Bellerive. Florida, Mikhail Fleury. A 2nd-round pick for Keith Yandel and Colton Sevier. No. Let's see. LA takes Max Comtois. Hurricanes took Matthew Strome. Oh, baby, let's go. Thank you, Nashville. We're going to get out from underneath the Mikhail Grabovski contract. IRL, I think he was already cooked by injuries, right? But, I mean, solid player, but, dude, $5 million bucks? No, thank you. We get Yannick Weber and a 5th-round pick from the Preds for Mikhail Grabovski. Thank you very much, Nashville, you idiots. Winnipeg. Shipachyov for Bouwmeester. No. Winnipeg takes Timothy Liljegren. 66 overall, low elite. Philly took Jonah Gadjevic, and we are back on the board. Right. Stelio Mateos. I mean, Michael DiPietro's there. Jesper Boqvist. Anderson Dolan. Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. Nikita Papugaev. Lahanen. Gonna be an all-time name for Stelio, right? Ooh, Morgan Geekie? Bruins legend Morgan Geekie. Ron by Jake Lasician. Oh, baby. Habs fans. Josh Brooke, am I right? Ian Scott. Fabian Zetterlund. Etu Lostarinen. Cedric Paré. Adam Ruzicka. Scott Walford. Right? Scott Walford? Yeah. Kenzie Entwistle. Leon Gawanke. Jackson, it's insane how great Geekie's become since joining Boston. He can be a little bit streaky, but overall, yeah, it's crazy how good he's been. I'm excited to see what other names we see. Fedor Gradiv! Fedor Gradiv forever! Former Maine Mariner. Fedor Gradiv. Connor Timmins is in this draft, too. What do we got left for goalies at this point? I mean, yeah, DiPietro, Luukkonen. I feel like DiPietro is probably better than Luukkonen in this game. Streaky geeky, basically, yeah. I gotta be honest, I gotta go with my gut. We are taking a goalie, Ukko-Pekka Luukkonen. He's a medium fringe, but that's okay. There's a goddamn all-star roster right here. We just need one more defender. See, Islanders. Well, we got a trade offer first. We're not doing that. Islanders take Alvarez. Sens take Jared Anderson Dolan. Lightning, Stelio Mateos. Devils, Gustav Lindstrom. Leafs went for Mason Shaw. Ooh, first round, blind first rounder next year from Mikhail Grigorenko. We did already give up Pumple. Do we move out Grigorenko for a blind first rounder next year? He is, in theory, a pending free agent, but he'll be an RFA. So, we're okay there. If we plan out, I didn't want to plan this far ahead, but I have to. Right, Florian Subban in goal for next season. Defensively, right now, he could be anything. It could even be Grigorenko, exactly. If we take a look at this current team, defensively, we have John Merrill in the top 6, right? Really the top 4. We have Braden McNabb as third pair lefty. Jamie Oleksiak is also in that conversation. So is Xavier Wallet. Fuck. So is Ben Sherratt. Look, I just took the best players available, okay? I didn't really focus on this aspect. So is Shea Theodore. Although Theodore is a depth defender right now, but let's be honest, he's in that conversation. All right, we got to move out some left defenders. Jake Dotchin is probably third pair right D. Yannick Weber is in that conversation as well. Ville Polka, minor leagues. Okay. Yikes. If we look at our forwards, I mean, TJ Oshie's supposed to be first line, but he won't be. He'll be a power play specialist, though. So we do have TJ Oshie in the mix. We have James Neal, who obviously will not be a center. Alex Radulov, also in the mix. Jaromir Jagr, also in the mix. Oh, man, maybe we do need to trade somebody. Oh, man. Chat will get real mad at me if I trade Jagr. I know that already. Patrick Eves, probably fourth line. Riley Smith is also a left-handed sniper. Jesus Christ. Mikhail Grigorenko is a left-handed sniper, but at least he's a center. Then there's Radim Verbata. Hello to Mozone. Oh, man. The team blend right now is atrocious. I'm just going to say that. The team blend is awful. Forge your own path. Trade Jagr for what you can get, right? Then there's Tommy Wingles, who will probably be... My hand's hovering for hateful conduct if I trade Jagr. Tommy Wingles can probably be fourth or third line center. Then there's Yakupov as another left-handed sniper. That's 4 of them. Technically 5 with Grigorenko. Then we have Alex Tuck, who probably gets a spot in the top 6. And then David Clarkson just kind of exists. I don't think old Davy Clarkman is going to be playing. We'll see. And Emile Poirier will be in the AHL, so will Thomas Hika. Left wing side is Gaunts, who will probably be fourth line left wing. He could be a center as well if need be. Kirby Reichel, if we're going to try to get him to develop, he's going to be top 6 early, and that's not good. He probably goes. Shane Print, oh my god, another left-handed frickin' sniper, dude. This is nuts. There's no left wings. Oh, don't worry. I'm considering them all left wings if they're left-handed. William Carrier's a sniper in this timeline, too? Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Oh, my God. Then, of course, Jason Robertson will be down in junior. Our centers. We have Joe Thornton. Thank God. We have Joe Thornton. We have Vadim Shipachyov, who will pretty much have to stay because we don't have any playmakers. Martin Hansel can at least be on the third line with, like, TJ Oshie, so that's not bad. William Karlsson can be... Okay, so our third line is shaping up to be, like, Karlsson, Hansel, and TJ Oshie. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. And then Reed Duke won't make the team. Okay, so when we talk about what we might need to trade for, Grigorenko going for a first-round pick is not the worst idea. Now that I look at it, it's really not the worst idea. It's very, very similar to what we had with the Matt Pumple Conundrum, which is a great name for a punk band. Like, yes, Grigorenko could break out, but is it likely? And I don't have the answer to that. But obviously, Minnesota, their contender status right now is champion. That is very likely a low first rounder. That is very likely a low first rounder. Feels like we're already collecting 2018 first. We only have one extra, and that's from the Kings. Yeah, we only have the one extra one from LA, and that was for Pumple. I think I'm going to say no to that. If Minnesota's viewed as a competitive team, I mean, Suter, Brodin, Dumba, Eric Stahl, Granlund, Coyle, they're not bad. They're not bad. I don't know if they're programmed to underperform in the playoffs like a Minnesota sports team. This was Devin Dubnyk at the height, or Dubnyk at the height of his powers. I don't want to trade for a pick this early that I know is going to be likely a low pick. So Grigorenko could go. That's just not the right deal for him to go. Now that I think about it, Matt Pumple, when we traded you to LA, what's their tag? Contender. Okay. Okay. St. Louis takes Bass, who's a medium elite. Okay. Carolina takes Jesper Boqvist. Oilers go for Morgan Frost. And now the Capitals want Grigorenko. They are also listed as a championship-level team, which, oh, boy, doesn't that make sense. Doesn't that make sense? I can't do it. Morgan Frost to Edmonton. Buffalo. Shea Theodore for a set. No, absolutely not. Philly. Holland in the Buffalo. I wonder who won the cup that year. Beats me. Vancouver, Jakob Galvis. Montreal, Mikey DiPietro going to the Habs. He was better than Luukkonen as well. I'm not surprised. Chicago, Emil Rasanen. And the Habs also take Marcus Phillips. Toronto takes Zach Gallant. Anaheim, Zach Lozon. Nashville, Kyle Olson. And Carolina, I didn't see who they took. Obviously, we're not going to go through every draft this slowly either, but I'm having fun. Some dude named Zubov generated. All right. Devils, start of the third round, take a generated goalie named Staubitz. And the Canucks take Nikita Papugayev. Not Nikita Papu. It's just a game where if you didn't play a player in their exact role, their morale was thrashed. If it was, I'm going to be in big trouble. So we're going to find out. But we're going to find out together. All right, third round pick. Who do we have? Coltigan. I mean, Morgan Geekie's still right there. Fabian Zetterlund. Nate Schnarr. Gotta love Nate Schnarr. Eetu Luostarinen. Entwistle. Studnicka. Blickfeld. Give me Morgan Geeky. I want Morgan Geeky here. Yeah, low 9. I don't care. I'm going for name value, not guys who the game says are good or who I know are good in the game. Again, we're having fun with the draft. We're having fun. We're allowed to have it. If I min-max my team building to perfection, there's always a couple people who are like, man, you're really making a challenge out of this one. And then I intentionally throw a draft, and then there's people who are like, no, you're not allowed to have fun, streamer. I see you. The Florida Panthers take Coltigan. Devils go for Ostap-Safin. Montreal with Ronberg. San Jose with Kalle Shalin. Lostarinen goes to Dallas. Florida takes Jake Lesishin instead. LA with Nate Schnarr. Carolina, is there a Jovanovski jersey in my collection still? There isn't, unfortunately. I got rid of it a while ago. Canucks jersey at this point in time. Where is my Canucks jersey? The only Canucks jersey I have at the time is the best jersey in their history because, obviously. So I can put that up on the wall later if you would like that. Let's see, we'll sim the next pick. John Merrill for a second? No. Yakupov for a second? No. Keith Yandel and Sevier for a second? No. Grigorenko and Carrier for Shareback and Learnout. How good is Nikita Shareback? He was really good in the prior games that we played. 21 years old, 72 overall, medium top 6. So he's 2 years younger than Grigorenko, 8 points worse. Carrier is a medium 9, but wants to be played in the NHL, and I really don't have space for him right now. And then Brett Lernout's just a tack on. 80 overall, 23. 72 overall, 21. We just get the younger version of Grigorenko, which isn't the worst idea in the world. Mikhail Grigorenko. Oh, Mikhail Grigorenko. Are you on the outs here? I think you are. That means we can move out Carrier and Grigorenko. Ask for a pick instead of a tack on. Yeah. Not the worst idea. Yeah, Learnout's one of the least valuable pieces they have. Honestly, even just a 7th, you can do better. I mean, maybe, but Sharebacks, it's a pretty good prospect. It's pretty good. And we do have a log jam of people in the top 6. Grigorenko and Carrier off to Montreal for Shareback and a late pick. Oh, baby, Tristan Jarry. James Neal, William Karlsson, and Shane Prince for Tristan Jarry, a 1st and a 7th. How good is Jarry in this game? 75 overall at 22, medium starter. The drum set for... Dude, stage tour, I'm going to play the hell out of that. It looks so good. Obviously, for the Penguins, a 1st-round pick next year, though, isn't shit. That's going to be brutal. So we're going to say no to that. All right, let's take a look at the picks that we did not see. So Dirksen, Schnarr, Jolly, Ruzicka, Zetterlund to Tampa, Ian Scott to the Islanders, Josh Brooks, Cedric Paré. Stud goes to Buffalo. Jockton Cheney. That's a name I haven't thought about in forever. And then 4th round, Connor Timmins and Noel Hoffenmayer. All right, who do we have? Who do we have? Who's a fun name? Fedor Gurdiev forever, baby. Emil Bemstrom. Is that Daniel Bukach? It is. I think he was a Bruins pick. Frazier? Cole Frazier. Marion Studnick, Jake Paquette, Jake Krisky, Trey Fix-Molansky. Sean Dursey's there. He's just a bit further down. Oh, I can pin players. I forgot I could do that. Dursey could be fun. Who else from the name value perspective was underrated? Tyler Steenbergen. What a time. Matt Peralta. Dylan Ferguson. Anybody else, even if they're not projected to be drafted. I just want fun names. The Ratman. Marvin Ratman. I mean, the draft kind of just falls apart after the first couple rounds. Like, there's a lot of names I recognize that either made the NHL for a short amount of time or just didn't pan out. But overall, there's not a ton going on there, really. Zach Sawchenko. Yeah, the name quality really does just die. Dude, there's so many people we could keep scrolling through here, too, as well. Yvonne Mongo. Never mind that shit. Here comes Mongo. There's got to be a fun name out there, though, that we know, like, panned out in the games. Like, no, they'll be terrible. Vianney Vevalainen. But maybe not. I mean, we've scrolled down pretty far to try to find a name like that, and I got nothing. So yeah, we might just have to take random people. Some random dudes in the back half of the draft here. Ty Ratty? Taden Ratty. Ty Ratty would have been drafted. Is it alphabetical? Certainly looks like it. Once you get to the undrafted, it's just a bunch of dudes whose name starts with T. Like Turner Ottenbright. So, let's see. Who else can we find? I've already committed to this. Tanner Jeannot. Overager Tanner Jeannot. That could be a fun one. Who else? Who else has gone on to at least do something? Who else has done something? Oh, man, I'm not even halfway through the list. Okay, I lied. What if I sort by potential? I mean, Jake Krisky, Ryan McGregor. I don't even care about who's actually good potential-wise. We're screwing around for the first draft. I mean, Emil Bemstrom, right? I mean, this round, it's either Fedor Gurdiev or Emil Bemstrom. We'll take Bemstrom. Who's not that good. That's fine. Vili Polka for a second, Andre Pavelec and Brendan Lemieux. I'm good. Thank you. Shipachyov for Bouwmeester? No. Shipachyov for a second and a third? No. Shipachyov for Bouwmeester Laterra? No. William Karlsson for a third and Kevin LeBanc. That's honestly not that bad, but no. We'll take a look at who else went in the draft at the end. Because, yeah, right now it's just kind of whatever. Oh, there we go. Sean Dursey. Perfect. We'll take Dursey. High AHL top 2. Works for me. Polka and Prince for a second, a third, and Carl Soderberg. I'm good. I don't need Soderberg. Yakupov for a second, and Pavelec. No. The AI just keeps trying to drop these gigantic contracts onto me. I'm not having it. I am not having it. Ruotsalainen might be the guy. Played for the Sabres for a bit of time. Trey Fix-Molansky. Ty Fellhaber. That's Trenton Bork. Anybody else? Anybody else? Dylan Ferguson. Justin Brazeau. Why wouldn't we go for Justin Brazeau? Una Ikonen. Who else do we have? Alexandre Lafreniere. The superior Lafreniere. Swayman was at 111. Would he be in this game? No, because he was a college player. Raphael Harvey Pinard. Remember him, Habs fans? Alex Barre-Boulet. Maximum number of players you can pin. Brother, I have like 5 dudes. I have like 5 players pinned. What the hell do you mean that's the maximum? That's nuts. All right, well, we do it. Oh, Nick Deacon Poot. Who could possibly forget Nick Deacon Poot? Jonathan Aspero? Interesting. All right. All right. I think we've seen what we need to see. We have a list. We've all but checked it twice. We should be okay. I don't like that the high AHL top 6 are after the exacts. That's horrifying. I got a minute. Hold on. Jaden Hallblocks. Christian Reichel? Yeah, Christian Reichel. Brett Leeson? Hey, we could go for Brett Leeson. Who else is there if we don't go for Brett Leeson? We know that's not Ty Ratty. It might be Brett Leeson. I don't know if I care enough to scroll all the way back up to get Brett Leeson, but at least I know he's in the draft. All right. So out of the pinned names, let's go for Trey Fix-Wolansky. High AHL top 6. Shipachyov, Yakupov for Bouwmeester and Stastny. No. Yakupov for a 2nd and a 6th. No. All right. 3 times scouted on UDFA, projected Estonian. I can only assume concessions were great at the games. Who else was next there? We'll take goaltender Dylan Ferguson, who was a Golden Knights legend. Not going to trade James Neal now. There's a good chance we could trade him in the future, though. All right, and then pinned, let's go for Ruotsalainen. Yeah, medium bottom 6 grinder. Not bad. Yakupov for Demirs, no. Luoto's off the board. Steenbergen off the board. Let's go for Tanner Jeannot, who certainly overcame that low potential. Yakupov and Carlson for Daniel Sprong. They loved Daniel Sprong. 73 overall at 20, medium 6. 77 overall at 23, medium 6. And Carlson. I'm going to say no, but that is super tempting. Super tempting. Zach, what's up, dude? Yakupov, Carlson. Ville Polka for a 2nd. No. Yakupov, Carlson for a 1st. Olofsson, Stalock, and Lang. No. James Neal. No. 7th round. Finishing up our first ever draft. We'll take Justin Brazeau, who also had, in real life, overcome a very low potential, apparently. And our final pick of this draft will be Hoomst. Yeah, it just goes to alphabetical order. I can't even look by height or weight at this time either. Damn. What if we go by type? What if we go by type? Goalies. Anybody? Arvid Soderblom? We could go for Arvid Soderblom as just another goalie. Is there any other fun goalies outside of Soderblom? Christian Schneider. Daniel Marmanlind. Griffin Outhouse. Jeremy Brodeur. Take the best Brodeur. Arvid Soderblom is probably the goalie that went on to have the best success out of this group. Anybody else? Some dude from France. Pantkowski? His name is Pantkowski? Might have to be there. Was Logan Thompson there? I didn't see him. Glasner or Gassner. There's no way Jeremy Brodeur is the best Brodeur. How dare you? Learn what you're talking about, nerd. Richard Brodeur is right there. Vieni Vevalainen. I do wonder if Vevalainen's really good in this game. All right, one meme pick. We're taking Mr. Eat Pantkowski. There we go. Just to screw around with it. So overall, Suzuki, Natchez, Robertson, Haig, Luukkonen, Geeky, Bemstrom, Dursey, Fix, Molansky, Ferguson, Ruotsalainen, Jeannot, Brazeau, and Pantkowski. What a first draft, even if their potentials aren't, for the most part, anywhere near what they actually were. But I'm pretty happy with that. And let's see what we can do from a contract perspective. Oh boy, I forgot what this looked like. That was weird. So goalie-wise, we got to qualify Malcolm Subban. Daniel Altshuler can just go. And then we have Luukkonen, Ferguson, and Pantkowski in the system. Defense. Oh, boy. We'll qualify Sherratt, Alexiak, Wallet, Jake Dotchin, Vilipoka, Griffin Reinhart, we won't let walk for nothing. Then we got Hagen Dursey. Okay. Right wing side. Oh my god, Oshie's deal is up. Radulov, Yager, Eves, Verbata, Wengels. Nebrazo, Fix Molansky. Right. Well, obviously going to qualify Yakupov. Right. I'm looking at my my overall depth chart. Should just always go for prospects. That way you don't lose anybody. We'll come back to that. Left wing side, Gowns can get the qualifying offer. We won't bother signing Tanner Jeannot. And then centers, Thornton and Hansel. Whoo, the UFAs. We got $36 million worth of cap space. Thornton wants $6 million for 2 years. Hansel wants $4 million for 4 years. That's not good. That's not good. TJ Oshie wants $5 million for 8 years. Radulov, $5 million for 7 years. Yager, $4 million for the year. Patrick Eves wants $3 million. All right, Patrick Eves is gone. Just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. See you later, Patrick Eves. Redeem Verbata. Let's be honest, I got no room for Redeem Verbata. He just ended up being a dude at this point. So Verbata, you're gone. Tommy Wingles. If it's cheap enough, we can bring you back. That's not cheap enough, Tommy. Tommy's out. Man, we really should have just taken prospects across the board, shouldn't we? God damn. God damn. Some of these guys are asking for way more money than I expected. At least defensively, it is all RFAs. Like, that's what the forward core would look like, is that. Okay. So, for the UFAs, that's what we got. If I don't keep Yager, chat will yell at me. I do wonder if the old 85% trick will work like it did back in the day. Take what they're asking for, multiply it by 0.85, and we'll go about 3.6 mil. You're saying you can't redeem Verbata. It's your first and only warning. You saved the dad jokes to me. Shut your mouth. That was outstanding, and I'm jealous I didn't think of it myself. Well done. Well done. All right, offer out to Jaromir Jagr. We definitely want to keep Radulov. Don't know if we want it to be for that long, but we'll deal with it. We'll go $4.2 million for Alexander Radulov. Jumbo Joseph. Can we do here? We'll go $5 million flat for Jumbo Joseph. Martin Hansel, I would love to keep. That is quite the contract. We'll go $3.6 million for Hansel. And TJ Oshie, let's go with about 4.4 mil. We'll go 4.5 to play it safe. All right. Let's see who takes those deals, who doesn't. And hopefully we'll be okay. Yager rejected. Hansel rejected. Radulov rejected. Thornton rejected. Oshie rejected. Okay. Not ideal. Not ideal. Oshie. What about 5 mil flat over 8 years? Radulov. 4 3/4. Thornton. 5 1/4. Yager. 4 mil flat. Martin Hansel. 4 mil flat. Oh no, the white menu. We're gonna work on those retinas, baby. Give those retinas a workout. Yager rejected. Hansel rejected. Radulov rejected. Thornton rejected. Oshie rejected. There's a chance I am gonna. The good thing is, from these teams, there weren't really good prospects I could have taken anyway, to my recollection. Except for Montreal with Radulov. And Florida with Marchessault. Shit. All right, TJ Oshie, let's go 5.5 for 8 years. Radulov, let's go 5 1/4 for 7 years. Thornton will go 6 mil for 2 years. Yager will go 4.5 for the upcoming season. And Hansel will go 4.5 for 4 years. See if you take that deal. Oh my god, if these guys don't. Yager rejected, Hansel rejected, Radulov rejected, Thornton rejected, Oshie rejected. Yannick Weber, what's up? You won't regret trading for me. We know you can bring a lot to the table, buddy. Nikita Sherbak, we know you can bring a lot to the table, buddy. Jaromir Jagr, I feel like the locker room's dysfunctional. Because of you. Because of you. Not re-signing with the team, dickhead. You're supposed to be a leader, and you're sitting here playing games. Oshie. 6x8. Radulov. 7x7. Thornton. 6.5. 6 3/4. Yager. 5 mil for the year. Martin Hansel. There goes any money we might have had for free agency. Thanks, fellas. If you even take this damn set of contracts, I don't even know if they will. Yager's back. Hansel says no. Radulov, no. Thornton is back. Oshie says no. We got 2 days left. $25 million to work with. Oshie. 6.5x8. Radulov. 6.5x7. And Hansel, 5.5x4. I just don't want to lose anybody for free. We can trade them eventually. Let's see. Hansel rejects. Radulov and Oshie have signed. How the hell did Martin Hansel? I double tapped A. So Hansel's going to hit free agency, but nobody else is. That's good. Accidentally double tapped A and can't negotiate with Hansel there. But honestly, he was looking for too much money anyway, so it saved me from myself. Okay. Not totally ideal, but not horrific. We still have some maneuverability out of this, I would say. The question will be, what do we do in free agency? Yeah, Hansel was looking for so much money. Oh my god. I mean, good player, but way too expensive. All right, and then let's just double check the wants. Like I said, fully open the block, explore what offers we get, at least until it gets annoying. Yeah, like St. Louis offering us Jay Bomeister over and over again. Yeah, I mean, we'll see what this team's capable of. We'll try to play it in a Vegas fashion of always being as competitive as we can be, but we'll see. All right. So free agency. We have 13 million. Oh my god, David Pastrnak is an RFA. All right, RFA goalies. I need to double check compensation amounts. Anything under 1.3. Okay. Wrong button. Let's trade Yager for Marchessault. Yeah. Anything under 1.3. Okay. RFA goalies. Subban is ours. Stolars and Bennington are both out there. What about UFA goalies? Miller, Elliott, Kemper, Linus Allmark. Prospects include, yeah, Vieni Vevalainen is pretty good. Dennis Godla, Daniel Marmanland, and Felix Sandstrom. How many 4 first-round picks for Pasta? You kind of read my mind a little bit. If we can make it work. So we got Fleury and Subban as our only 2 goalies right now. And Subban's an RFA. So we need some AHL goalies. At the very least. So UFAs. Let's put our offer out for Vieni Vevalainen. I don't have a morale or a reputation I can ruin, so we'll send the offer out to Vevalainen. Could also go for Marmanland. Could also go for Linus Allmark. Who else is in the medium backups? Because there's quite a few. Kevin Lankinen, who's terrible in this game. Garrett Sparks, Berube. Let's go for Allmark. We will go for Linus Allmark. And we will go for Kevin Lankinen. Just in this game. I mean, hey, Linus Allmark was a god in Boston. I loved him, but... and then, yeah, RFAs, I mean... The odds that we get Stolars or Binnington is very slim. We'll put out an offer for Stolars. And if we get him, cool. And if we don't, that's fine. Yeah, no picks required. Defensemen. Top defenders, Shattenkirk, Alsner, Schultz, Daly, Andre Schuster. What about for prospects? Schultz, Dupre, Jared Cowan. My God, Jared Cowan. Medium sixes. Is that Marcus Pettersson? It is Marcus Pettersson. Interesting. Even though he kind of sucks, let's send an offer out for Marcus Pettersson because it's fun. We'll send an offer out for Eric Chernak because that's fun. Or Chernak. And we'll send an offer out for Jonas Johansson. Again, just to try to get who we can. Defensively, we do need help, though. We do need help. I mean, at the very least, we need a right-handed defender, and if we can get anybody else, cool, but... So, yeah, I mean, Shattenkirk, Schultz, Schuster, Dan Girardi. We had to get somebody. I just don't know who. And then RFAs, like all of these dudes are ours outside of Tyler Wotherspoon. So for the hell of it, we'll try to steal Tyler Wotherspoon away from Calgary. And we'll see if they match. We'll see if they match. And then right wing, RFAs, Pasternak, Niederreiter, Ritchie, Yakupov, and the previously mentioned Ty Ratty. We will try to steal Ty Ratty. Might as well. Super low chance he develops, but if we can steal him for no picks, we might as well. Who are the UFAs? Justin Williams, Patrick Eaves, Rabada. Nobody great. What about prospects? Weston? Not that good. Chason, Bennett, Austin, Watson. Petrus Palmu. Martin Dzirkals. Okay. I think we're okay for the moment there. Left wing RFAs, Gauncesars, Mellon. I wonder if the value would be there for Neil plus for Pastas, right? It's worth looking. I don't know if it will be, but it is worth looking. UFA left wing is Kunitz, Talusti. Prospects, and there's Burmistrov. Nobody crazy unless we look at high bottom sixes, which might actually be worth it. Ruck, Partanen, Taylor Lear, Brock McGinn. We can, was this RFA? No, that was UFA. We can put an offer out for Brock McGinn and Taylor Lear. That's fine. We can make it work with those two. And then RFA centers, Eric Hollow would be too expensive. UFA centers, Hansel, who of course did not want to stay with us. Bonino. We will need a new third line center since Hansel left. So we need that and a right defender. What do we got for prospects? Ooh, Antti Sorella, Alexi Sorella, Ranger pick. Everyone's throwing their name into the hat for him, so we'll see if he signs here. And there's Swomola and Olsen. Sebastian Olsen. Our fourth line center could even be Hansel. If we were lucky. Let's see, and then prospect-wise, I mean, those guys aren't really prospects. There's David Miller. Might as well try, right? Might as well try. All right, that's 14 contract offers out. How many spots do we have? I gotta go all the way over here to find out. So that only brings us up to 37 total contracts right now, which is nuts. Taps, well done. So we still got plenty that we can do. If we were to go after David Pasternak, what would the price be? A first and a third. Let's double check, number one, how much cap space the Bruins have. And, dude, they have under $2 million of cap space. First and a third would be a steal. We have nobody. Oshie's not even close. It would have to be Oshie plus. Which sounds like a Nintendo subscription service. I mean, it's going to be a first and a third no matter what. But that's so worth it for Pasternak. It's crazy. That would kind of completely change what might happen forward-wise, but we need to try that. Because obviously he still has to accept the deal. So as long as we keep it under 5.9, it's worth it. Let's see if we can steal Pasta for a first and a third. I don't see how the Bruins block this. I don't see how they do. Stealing Pasternak via offer sheet immediately would be insane. Right defender. God, all these guys are looking for like $4 million, man. Sheesh. Sounds like a very Vegas move, right? Proper top four right defenseman is Schultz or Kevin Shattenkirk. I'd probably rather go for Justin Schultz. I'm a little bit afraid to pay him that much money. If we don't go for Justin Schultz, we just use somebody else, and then like Jake Dotchin ends up being our top right D. Oh, man. The good thing is neither's looking for a crazy amount of term. So I think we could get away with it. Shattenkirk, 92 passing as an offensive defenseman. Schultz on an 89. You know what? Let's send the offer out. We're gonna go 2 years, $5 million for Shattenkirk to try to outduel the Leafs. And now we wait. And now we wait to see what else happens. As the Red Wings want to trade us Mike Green and Justin Abdelkader. So it's Green, Abdelkader, and a fourth for a second, a third, and Geeky. You know, I'm interested in Mike Green. I can't say I'm interested in Justin Abdelkader. Can't say I'm interested in Abdelkader here. Yeah, third liner making 4 1/4. And Green, man, Mike Green would be pretty good for this team, even though he's still only an 81. I'm going to say no. That's an intriguing one, though. That is intriguing. Kevin Lankinen has signed a deal. Eric Chernak, David Miller, I think it was. Jonas Johansson, Marcus Pettersson. I think it's Sebastian Olsen, I think. Vieni Vevalainen, Alexi Sorella. And the Red Wings really want to dump Justin Abdelkader to us and get Morgan Geeky in return. That's not going to happen. If you made that trade, you wouldn't have had your third for Pasta. Yeah, you're right. You are right. Brock McGinnis signed. Nail Yakupov accepted the qualifying offer. Shat Deuces. Kevin Shattenkirk. Top pair right defenseman. Ty Ratty. Taylor Lear hasn't signed. Stolars, we don't know yet. Allmark is signed. Wotherspoon as well. What's the word about Pasta? Excuse me? How don't I have the cap space? Tuck and no. Are you sure? Was Shattenkirk that expensive? Oh my god. What the hell just... Oh my god, there must have been a big qualifying offer or something. Where did the cap go? I don't know, because we definitely had the money. There's no way Shattenkirk took that much money out of our finances. There's no way. No, goalie, we're fine too. Did Shattenkirk take up that much? Oh my god, Yakupov's qualifying offer was $2.5 million. I didn't know it was $2.5 million. Oh my god. I screwed up. I screwed up bad. Oof. How about Gears of War E-Day? Dude, I grew up really enjoying Gears. I have not given a shite about Gears of War since 3. And I don't think E-Day will do enough. Maybe it will. Shout out to Bobby Wood Jr. fan for the follow, though. Welcome in. Oh, boy. All right, the Tuca plan, as it was just deemed in chat by T-Cage, has indeed taken a little bit of a hit, but I think we can survive this. So long as Pasta's still there, and he is. Okay. Okay. We're going to have to make a trade first to then get the Pasternak, right? We'll be okay. We'll be okay. Let's be honest, the main thing that needs to happen, thank you to Fort Ath, or Fort Ath, I'm not sure. Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. David Clarkson needs to go. IRL, he was an LTIR player at this stage. Man has to go. That is David Pasternak's money. But how are we? We could send him back to the Devils. How are we going to get him back to New Jersey? Let's see if we can go just straight up 7th round pick. No. What about a 7th round pick swap and you get Clarkson for free? No. What about Chayka in Arizona? Ooh. That's fair. Arizona, you love your cap dumb players. Straight up David Clarkson? Nope. Got the Taps as a gifted sub to Nail Yakupov is GOAT. That person who probably hasn't logged into that account for God knows how long. David Clarkson and a 5th for a 7th. His negative value is brutal. I should have looked at buying him out. David Clarkson and the Winnipeg 3rd rounder next year for a 7th. Okay, Clarkson's not going anywhere. Nobody wants that contract. That is a pure albatross of a deal. Give me 1 second. I hear something and I can't make out what the hell it is. In a serious way, not like that one time you could literally hear 2 neighborhood cats getting it on outside my window. Fuck is that? It's coming from outside at least. It's not tinnitus. Shut up. Christ. I can't have a serious moment for 1 second where it sounds like maybe my cat or dog is choking on something without chat being like, oh, is it, you guys are the worst. We're good. It's coming from outside. It's not. What the fuck is that? It sounds like something choking, though, is the problem. Which, again, you guys will turn that into your own comedic shtick. But I am not going out into the woods to check at 1:30 in the morning. So let's go back and focus on the task at hand here. Which also includes the fact that Riley Smith makes $5 million. Jesus, someone's trying to double his 7 round. Oh God, please do it. Put me out of my misery. In terms of snipers, I mean Radulov, Yager, Riley Smith. Riley Smith has no place on this team if we're keeping Yager. We're not going to be able to make that work. So yeah, Riley Smith is definitely going to be an odd man out here, and maybe he's the guy we move on from to get a deal done. Can, like, Pittsburgh take him? No. I mean, Arizona was the land of cap dumps, right? Holy Oliver Lawson Tossum. Whew. Okay, what can we do for Riley Smith? First and foremost, actually, is there any team in the league that wants him? Capitals do, but they can't afford him. Same for the Sharks, same for the Penguins, Rangers, Habs. Everybody that wants him can't afford him. That sucks. Everybody that wants him can't afford him. Unless there's a team that's super close cap-wise. San Jose is $1.5 million over. I don't think it'll let me do that. Let me double check the teams here. San Jose might work. They are the closest. 1.3 mil Edmonton? And they're willing to trade picks. I mean, Smith has trade value. They don't have the picks I would want, though. Columbus is too far over the cap. Chicago's way too far over. Boston, obviously, we're trying to get David Pasternak. So, San Jose? They also really don't have the picks that I'd want. Yeah, they'd be too far over the cap. Do they have anybody? I mean, we'd have to take back a deal worth like 2 mil. You know, the important thing is, like, David Pasternak is technically a part of the return if we get this deal done. So can we send Riley Smith to, like, Buffalo, for example? Or at least a team that is willing to give up a... Aha! Carolina, let's go. Second round pick is too much. If we do Riley Smith for a third and a fifth from Carolina. There we go. Riley Smith is on his way to the Hurricanes. We now have the money to make the play for Pasternak again, which we immediately will. And as far as we know, of course, the Bruins again still cannot afford to match for him. We cannot do anything else until Pasta is signed. We have stolen away Ty Ratty from the Blues. I mean, we paid a little bit to do it. But Ty Ratty is here. Wotherspoon stays in Calgary. It was weird watching you play this game and not having just the worst mic. Oh, you mean when I was using an Xbox 360 headset? Did that affect your cap? It definitely did, but we're okay. Anthony Stolars won't be joining. Holy shit. Carlson, Reichel, McNabb, Prince for Philip Gustafson. Oh my god, what an offer. I mean, he's pretty damn good, but I don't want to get rid of Wild Bill here. We need at least one misfit on the team, right? Tuck, Carlson, Weber for DiPietro and a third. That is so tempting. Because Neil, Radulov, or Tuck will have to go if this Pasta deal goes through. I'm going to say no, though. Suzuki, Hwalett, and Prince for a first and Pavlik. No. Come on, Pasta, make up your mind. All right, Pasta has accepted. Now we got to wait to see if the Bruins somehow find the salary space. Carlson, Prince, and Weber for Sonny Milano. How good is Sonny Milano in this game? Low top six? Nope. Nope. Not today. Malcolm Subban has gotten an offer sheet from the Coyotes. Remind me in 6 days. We'll match it, but we need the Pasta deal to go through first. And there it is. We have acquired David Pasternak via offer sheet for a first and third round pick in 2018. David Pasternak is a Golden Knight. Oh, man, I'm scared. You know why I'm scared? Because if I'm not mistaken, back in the day, we did a Vegas franchise on this game, and I acquired Max Pacioretty. And those comments, the amount of comments I got from people being like, that's the most unrealistic fucking thing I've ever seen happen. That would never happen. And within 2 years, he was in Vegas. Please don't let this one come true. Please. Where's my Pasta jersey? I'm not letting him go. He's a beautiful boy who belongs in Boston. This better not come true. Please. God, don't let this come true. Please. Please. Please, God. I forgot I had this jersey. It's got a B on it. Is the B for Boston or is the B for Bruin? Who knows? Shipachaw for Alsner. No. Okay. So, that is a big get for us, but we now need to double check what's happening with this team. So goalies will presumably be keeping Malcolm Subban, right? Is he the next captain for the Bruins? He should be. I do think it'll be McAvoy, just because it feels like that's the tendency in Bruins history. Now, it's not, like, totally true, but, you know, it's like, obviously, Marchand and Bergeron, once Chara left, before Chara was Thornton, then Jason Allison, weirdly, but obviously it was Ray Bourque. You had forwards throughout the 70s, like, a lot of people don't remember that, Like, Bobby Orr wasn't the captain of those teams. Like, it was split duty, and then, like, Johnny Busick was the captain there. Why NHL 18? To get an old achievement that I never got back in the day. We'll see if I can actually get it. Time will tell. So, Shattenkirk, Merrill, we got all the lefties. Still got all those RFAs. But Shattenkirk's a pretty big get. Pasta has got to be on the top line with Joe Thornton. So, Neil, Reichel, Radulov, Yager, Yakupov, Shane Prince. 2 of them can stay. 2 of them. Damn. That is true that Neil isn't going to want to sign an extension. I mean, that Pasta get is huge for us, but on the block, I mean, chat's furious with me if I move Yager. Where is Kirby Reichel? I mean, theoretically, I could get away with playing him in the AHL, but he might be mad about it. So trying to move Reichel might be for the best. Trying to move Shane Prince is for the best. And then Neil, Radulov, Yager, Yakupov. Counterpoint, who cares if Reichel's mad? I mean, that's fair. I mean, if we look at the forwards, Neil is the youngest and the best out of Radulov and Yager. If I'm playing on tryhard mode, I'm keeping Neil and Yakupov because I want to see if Yakupov will develop. But Chad's going to be big mad at me if I drop Yager, which is disappointing because it would be nice to get rid of 45-year-old Jaromir Yager. Send Yager to Pittsburgh. We could do that. Right? Like, trying to get Yakupov to turn around would be really funny. So what if we go Radulov on the block for the moment? And then maybe try to facilitate eventually Yager going back to Pittsburgh. We'll see. Financially, we do have apparently $5 million in cap space, which is kind of nuts. How many roster spots have been taken up? 36. Okay, so we can double check. I mean, prospect-wise, we pretty much offered anybody that would accept so far. We do need a 3rd-line center and a 4th-line center, but that can be done afterwards. You know, we could just sign the leftover vets. Daz, what's going on? People want to keep Yager. People who don't want to see you win. That's most people. Jake Dotchin's been offer sheeted. We'll match that. Sutter. And a 4th for a 2nd. No, he's too expensive. God, Brandon Sutter. I haven't thought about that guy in forever. We will match the offer sheet on Malcolm Subban. Alex Tuck for a 1st and a 5th. Tuck to the Oilers. I want to keep Alex Tuck. Although that is very intriguing. It is very, very intriguing. He's promising in this game, obviously promising in real life. If we got rid of him, we would keep Radulov. I'm going to say no. I mean, Oilers are listed as contenders, so that pick could be anything. That could even be, Alex Tuck. Doesn't really help us much. Second round pick for Mark Mathot. We can't really afford Mark Mathot. I mean, we do need defensive improvements, but we can't really afford that. Xavier Wallet for a third, a fifth, and Jacob Friend. Well, that's a 79 at 23. An Eichel trade would be funny. I mean, Xavier's not bad, but he is in this gigantic logjam of other dudes who are like just about as good as he is. So we are going to be okay with trading him. Sometime brain no work good. When it's 1:40 in the morning, holy hell. Now's the time where I tell you I didn't grow up speaking English. I actually speak pristine Norwegian. Okay, you know what? We're just gonna do this. A third, a fifth, and friend Xavier Wallet is out to the Kangs. That works for me. Pump Illinois to LA for a first, a third, a fifth, and friend. That's not a bad return. He grew up speaking whatever bullshit they speak in the made-up land of Maine. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. All right, $5 million left. Is there still... All right, so lefty, like, there's just nobody out there that's more significant than who we already have. So we are probably set from a defensive standpoint because there's not much more we can do unless we bring in somebody a little bit later on, unless there's like a crazy high seventh. Ooh. There actually are some high sevens, including Brett Kulak. We can definitely go for Brett Kulak. We can definitely go for Adam Pelech. Hello. And even Patrick Seeloff, I mean, might as well. Warrior, yes. But plans do change. We'll see. This can't be the longest stream in the world. I do got to wake up a bit earlier tomorrow. But we'll see. We'll see. One of those card subjects to change, you know? We'll also send a deal out to De La Rose. Seeloff's going to end his career. Seeloff going to end in practice. Good question. Let's see. And then the high bottom sixes, there are quite a few. Taylor Lear said he didn't want a two-way contract, so screw him. Scott Kosmachuk. We could have taken in the draft, but we didn't. We'll give him a 2. Maine has Arcadian French speaking, which is basically Northern Cajun. Correct. That is further up north, though. All right. We do need a third line center, which could be Mike Fisher. But I also don't know if I want to pay that much money to a Mike Fisher. He's not bad, though. We also need a fourth line center for that matter. That's pretty much the last bit that we need. We're not going to improve much beyond that. All right, if we take a look, we need people who are good at winning face-offs. Dave Steckel. I mean, Acadian French. He did mean Acadian French, yeah. Steckel, McClement, Mike Richards. Play type for Richards, he is a two-way. I just like the term Arcadian French. Jay McClement, Mike Richards, Marcel Gotch, Kyle Chipchura. Mike Richards in Las Vegas. What's the worst that could happen? What's the worst that could happen? Mike Richards in Vegas with $2 million. And we'll try to bring in Jay McClement as our fourth line center. Comtois a fourth for Carlson, McNabb, McGinn, and Webb. Nope. Nope. A second, Haig and Allmark for Carl Alsner. Can't afford him. McClement is here. He'll be on the fourth line with Gounce and Davey Clarkman. And Adam Pelech has signed a minor league deal. Patrick Seeloff, De La Rose, Kosmachuk, Kulak, and Mike Richards will be on the third line with Wild Bill and TJ Oshie. Alex Tuck from Madison. Ooh, they loved Madison Bowie at this time. They loved him. He is good. And we are short on good right-handed shots from the blue line, but I do want to keep Alex Tuck around. That was very tempting, though. Reichel and Allmark for Drew Stafford, a fourth and a fifth. Go figure, the Bruins want Allmark. How would Stafford fit in? Probably fourth line right wing and have Clarkson be a healthy scratch. We did want to move on from Reichel. Allmark is just kind of what he is. And it's a fourth and a fifth as well. It's not that bad. And then Stafford could always be flipped. Just because Reichel needs to go. We'll take that deal. We will take that deal. And that'll be Stafford onto the fourth line. We have had quite a few interactions with Boston already. And that will mean that we double check what we could get for Yager. And then we'd be okay. I will say Yager is our first official captain. The Leafs want Jay McClement for a sixth rounder. Sure. I'll take a sixth rounder for a dude I literally just signed. Ville Polka is back. All right, let's go get a different fourth line center. Thanks for the free draft pick from the Toronto Maple Leafs. Excellent business from Toronto. You could have just signed him yourselves. So if it's not Jay McClement, it will be Marcel Gotch. Former Shark. Marcel Gotch. And we'll see if that goes through. If it doesn't, we'll still be okay. Merrill, McNabb, and Prince for a second, and Sam Morin. Ooh. Sam Morin, of course, who was destroyed by injuries. He's a low 4. Damn. If he was better than a low 4, I'd consider it. But that's got to be a no, even though we do want to get rid of Prince. Tuck for Gustafson, no. Marcel Gotch, I just realized he's a playmaker. All right, never mind about Marcel Gotch. Gauntz will be the fourth line center, and we'll just play Clarkson on his offhand. Yeah, sorry to Marcel Gotch, you're going to be an AHLer. Shipachyov for Bouwmeester, no. Morin was a big boy. Yeah, I think it was knee injuries that took him down, too. The Kings want Mike Richards back for a fourth and a sixth. Sure. Yet another player that we just signed in free agency at the AI says, hey, wait a minute, we want him. Okay, we need a different third line center. How about Mike Fisher? I mean, he does want 2.7 mil. Who else is good at faceoffs? We're just getting easy picks. That trade would be blocked by the league, right? Boyd Gordon. Kyle Chipchura. Nate Thompson. Yeah, we will go for Mike Fisher. 1-year deal for Fisher. And we'll see if we can bring him in. Silly season. Mike Fisher is here. Ooh, Tampa. I'm going to say no. That Tampa pick's going to be high. Merrill's probably going to be our top defense pairing. Soderberg's contract is so much. Getting rid of Prince would be nice, but I'm not taking on that Soderberg deal. I don't even think I can. It's a lot of money. Carlson back to Columbus for a third and a fourth. No. No. Brock McGinn for, I think, John Martin in a sixth. No, we'll keep Brock McGinn. Although I think McGinn's going to be mad that he's in the AHL. But yeah, no, we're fine. We're good. Shane Prince for a 4th and a 7th to the Avs. We'll do that because Prince is going to be mad at me. So Prince is out. Yakupov, Geeky, and Friend for Thomas Vanek. No. We still got some RFAs. They'll sign eventually. Tuck for DeBrincat. Oh, man. Oh, man. Tuck for Alex DeBrincat. Tuck is a 75 at 21. DeBrincat's a 72 at 19. Fuck. Same potential as well. Ooh. I think we got to take that, right? We won't exactly be keeping sniper, power forward sniper. Here's the thing. If we take this deal, DeBrincat starts in the AHL or junior, meaning Radulov or Yager could stay. Whoever gets traded first is out, but the other could stay the year if we do this. Because otherwise, Tuck is penciled in for that second line right wing slot. And then we got a guy who's just as promising. He's just slightly worse. The only reason why Tuck is considered NHL ready is because of the physicality. I'm going to take that deal. Alex Tuck for Alex DeBrincat. Done deal. Done deal. And we'll see who stays between Yager and Radulov. One of the two. John Merrill and Braden McNabb for a 2nd and a 3rd. I'm going to say no. John Merrill for Derek Pouliot, a 3rd, a 5th, and a 6th. Dude, John Merrill is in high demand. Which is all the reason why I don't want to get rid of him. Brendan Gaunce is back. That's good. This team has already changed so much. Bruins are offering Adam McQuaid a 6th and a 7th for a 3rd rounder from Carolina. I mean, McQuaid would be a decent improvement upon Dotchin or Weber. Not at all the same team since expansion, right? McQuaid is too expensive, though. We are right up against the cap until a trade goes through. Carlson for a 3rd and Dmitry Sokolov, no. John Merrill for a 2nd and a 4th, no. Although, it might not be the worst idea because we're not really getting trade offers for our other defenders. Carlson for a 3rd and Kevin LeBanc. How good is Kevin LeBanc? Low 9. 77 out of the gates, but low 9. That's actually a pretty good potential from EA. Good job. John Merrill for Eric Holla and a 3rd. How good is Eric Holla? He's older than I thought he was at this point. Building a decent contender. I mean, hey, we brought in David Pasternak. We're doing okay, right? All right. We are here in our first preseason. So we need to finalize the contracts for the remaining RFAs, which is Ben Sherratt, who does want a decent chunk of money, and then Jamie Alexiak doesn't really care. Let's get those two signed up, and we'll see what this roster looks like. Scouting was very similar to what it used to be. Let's go for... Yeah, I mean, honestly, 15% of the season. Let's go 2 weeks. Very similar to what it was at the time. Yeah, well, very similar to like NHL 11, just slight changes. Draft class for the upcoming year, though. Who do we have? Rasmus Dahlin, Akil Thomas, Philip Zadina, Joe Veleno, and Anderson McDonald, top 5. Rounded out with Nick Bedan, Riley Sutter, Jared McIsaac, Isaac Lundstrom, and Alexander Alexiev, but also including Kirk Roach, apparently, Evan Bouchard, Nando Eggenberger. Oh my God, what a name. Lucas Vernbloom, Milos Roman, Jacob Olofsson, Montana Onyebuchi. Hell yeah. That dude can fight like a son of a bitch, too. Xavier Bouchard, Gabriel Girardi, Benoit Olivier Giroux. The old Gru. Benoit Olivier Gru. Bo Gru. Ryan Merkley, Andy Colborn, Ryan McLeod, Dick Verbata, Philip Hollander, Mika Lahunen, Johnny Iserman, Per Nicholas, Pete Ching. All right, well, we're definitely getting, there's Jet Wu as well. There you go. What a first round. We're drafting Kirk Roach. He's definitely on the watch list. He's going to be. All right. Let's get those RFAs onto the team. Sherratt and Alexiak. There we go. All right. So, goalies, Fleury, Subban, with Vevalainen and Lankinen in the AHL. Defense, Shattenkirk and Merrill. McNabb is definitely here. And then between Theodore and Kulak's in the running. All right, Sherratt and Alexiak have got to be on this roster. So Shattenkirk, Merrill, McNabb, and Alexiak have made the left side. Someone's going to have to be on the offhand. So Kulak will go down to the AHL. Dotchin and Weber are going to make this team. If we don't actually put someone on the offhand and just have a seventh defenseman, which could be Sherratt. He won't be happy about it, though. Or it could be Dotchin. So Kulak and Theodore down to the AHL. We'll call up Yannick Weber. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. So then AHL defense, by the way, Theodore, Kulak, Polka, Pellick, Reinhardt, Brennan. Like, they're looking great. For the forwards, everybody there is going to make the team wholly first liners. Clarkson somehow is going to make this team. McGinn and Gauntz. And then centers Marcel Gotch. I'm okay with him being mad at me because I didn't mean to sign him. So, for the forwards, we are going to have, what's a quick swap? There we go. Neil, Thornton, and Pasternak with Radulov. Ah, shit. It's Radulov or Yager, and I don't know yet. Clarkson is going to be a healthy scratch because we want Yakupov in. We got to trade one of Radulov or Yager. It's got to happen. Unless we don't want to play Yakupov. Honestly, Yakupov might have to go to the AHL because he can as a depth forward until one of those trades happens. I think that's what we're looking at. Is Yakupov not being where we want him to be, at least immediately. So, Neil, Thornton, Pasternak, Radulov, Shipachyov, and Yager. Third line, Carlson, Fisher, and Oshie. Fourth line, Gauntz is currently scratched. So we'll take out Davey Clarkman for Brennan Gauntz. That works. Whoops. And then who's the better center between these two? So it'll be McGinn, Gauntz, and Stafford on the fourth line. So Clarkson's our extra forward. That's not too bad coming out of the expansion draft while inheriting some contracts I definitely wouldn't have signed. And then defensively, it'll be Merrill, Shattenkirk. Cody, yes, I am. We're going to have somebody on the offhand. It's probably Braden McNabb. So Merrill, Shattenkirk, Alexiak, McNabb, Sherratt, and Dotchin. That'll have to do. It's not amazing, but then our goaltender, it's Fleury and Subban, which I do like. And then the AHL, I mean, man, Sherbak's in there, DeBrincat, Yakupov, Tyrati. Loney is not ours. So we can bring in, we have so many centers. Let's bring in Olsen. Bryce Gervais out for Miller. The rest of these guys are ours. We'll probably leave Gotch in because of his rating and take out Tomas Hika for Sorella. So the AHL is looking okay. We got room for every one of our forwards. De La Rose is a low 9, not looking too good. Poirier, medium 9. Duke, a medium 9. High bottom 6 for Scott Kosmachuk. Ratty's a high 9. Gotch will be all the way down, just kind of a veteran leader of the team. Medium 6 for Sorella? Is that what that was? Jesus. Yakupov, same for DeBrincat, same for Sherbak. Okay. So out of the medium 9s, we'll get Poirier up there. Okay. Who's got better face-off? Certainly Marcel Gotch. Between Duke and Kosmachuk, read Duke. Get Tyrati. This AHL team should do pretty well for themselves. Top line, Yakupov, Sherbak, DeBrincat. That should be insane. Sorella, Poirier, Ratty. Olsen, Duke, Kosmachuk, De La Rose, Gotch, and Miller. Defense. Dude, this defense is nuts. And we definitely don't need James Wisniewski in there on an AHL deal. As much as I love TJ Brennan, he probably needs... Ooh, who does he go out for? Seeloff? High 7th. Johannesson, medium 6. Chernak, medium 6. Pedersen, medium 6. Yeah, as much as I love TJ Brennan, Johannesson earns that spot. Adam Pelech is a high 7th, but I'm actually going to take him out as well for Chernak. And then Kulak, the high 7th, will be out for Marcus Pedersen. So we actually have way more in the way of defense than I thought we did. That is a good problem to have. So it's Theodore and Polka, Reinhardt, Johannesson, Pedersen, and Chernak. Goalies, Vianney Vevalainen and Kevin Lankinen. And we do need a 5th goalie under contract, too. Cool. This is looking pretty good. I don't know if we'll win the Cup in Season 1. But we're looking okay. Like I said, we just need a cheap goalie. Martin Gerber. 43-year-old Martin Gerber sends a legend. That's nuts. All right. And to the trade block. Yager definitely stays. Radulov gets added. One of those two has to go. I hope it's Radulov, but if we get a good deal for Yager, we'll have to take it. And then we know Clarkson won't go, so maybe... Actually, who's our healthy scratch of a forward right now? I forget who it was. That's right. It was Clarkson, because we had McGinn, Gounce, and Stafford. So if we could trade Drew Stafford, that wouldn't be too bad. So those will be the 3. Same thing as always. Fully open up the trade block. Radulov's not happy about being on the block, but he'll get over it. He will get over it. But yeah, hopefully we can deal Radulov, because I feel like he'll be worth more. But, you know, if we move Yager, that's not a bad thing either. But fully set up the block one more time. I did forget how tedious it was to do this, because it constantly edits your trade block. Even if you don't touch it. It's like, oh, hey, we went ahead and did this for you. It's like, oh, thanks, franchise mode. I didn't want you to do that, but thank you so much for trying to be helpful. It's like when you're just so mad at somebody, but you're like, I can't yell at this person. I miss Radulov in the NHL. He is one of my biggest what ifs in my lifetime. For what if Alex Radulov stayed in the NHL, but he never did. At least for not an extremely long amount of time. He had his stints, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what would have happened. Right? Like he's 39 now, which is crazy. But like he comes over to play in the Q. Dude, look at that. 2005, 2006, 152 points in 62 games as an overager. Plays 2 seasons in Nashville, 37 points and 58 points. Goes back to the KHL until 2012 for 9 games and then 8 in the playoffs. Goes back to the KHL again until he shows up for Montreal. Does really well those 3 years between Montreal and Dallas. 3 more years in Dallas, started to have injury trouble and drop off, and then goes back to the KHL where he's still really good for the KHL. What if these years right here, 2008 to 2016, 2016, what if he stayed? Because he was great before he left and he was great after he left. I don't know, man. It's the choices you make. It's the cheeseburger helper from Family Guy. That's a very good comparison. Let's see. What else can we do here? Oh, was this the era where you could change everything, player types? Because Pasternak's listed as a playmaker. Didn't even have a picture. Yes, this was where you could say, okay, David Pasternak, you're actually a sniper. Before they took this away from us for whatever reason. No Flow, what's up, dude? So yeah, just for the future, at least for this season, like I want to say William Karlsson left wing. Like in case we have to go best lines, I can just do that without it screwing up everything, hopefully. Gauntz was playing center. Yeah, this was back when you could just be like, hey, you're playing this, whether you like it or not, which is what you can do in real life. But, you know, like I said, I am all for the idea of like, okay, that we have a system though, where if you tell a player to play a spot they don't want to play, they're going to be mad at you. Like, okay, whatever. My thing is, it should be, okay, David Pasternak. As a right wing sniper, he's an 87. Left wing sniper, he's an 85 or whatever. If you want him to be a right wing playmaker, he's an 82. If you tell David Pasternak to be an enforcer, he drops to a 70. Right? But it should be up to me, full John Tortorella here. If I tell the Sedins I want you to start blocking shots and I switch them from playmaker sniper to two-way and their overall plummets, okay, well, that's on me. But, like, I should have that control, you know? But I don't. And it's annoying. Any guesses for who's on the cover of 27? I don't know, and I have to clarify that because people have known, you know, in the past I've been privy to information early. That is not the case. I don't know a damn thing about NHL 27. If I had to guess who's on the cover, I would probably think they're waiting to see who wins the cup because that's what they did with Kachuk, and I wouldn't be surprised if they're waiting. You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they are waiting to see if there's a good choice for that. That said, like, yeah, could it easily be like a Macklin Celebrini or someone like that? Yes. You know, people will always be like, maybe this is finally the year for Crosby. But, like, do I think they would love to put Mitch Marner with the Conn Smythe on the cover? Yes, I do. I think they would love that. Because from a marketing standpoint, it would be fucking hilarious. At least that's what I would do. Should Vegas win the cup? That said, if it was my choice with no restrictions from a marketing perspective, I put Crosby and Ovechkin on the cover together. At least for a special edition. Obviously, we don't know if Ovi's going to be back next year, at least in the NHL, but that is what I would do, at least for one of those, the $150 special edition or whatever the fuck. Like, that's just from the marketing standpoint, though. All right, let's make this officially official. Captains. David Pasternak, I am so sorry, but you are not the first captain of this team. For the moment, it is Jaromir Jagr. And the second letter, based off of experience, should probably go to Joe Thornton. So it will. And our defensive captain / alternate will be Kevin Shattenkirk. That will be the initial crop of leaders on this team. Forecheck-wise, I mean, yeah, we want to be pretty aggressive. We want to be pretty aggressive. Power play can be shooting style. We definitely want to carry the puck. Fuck it, let's do Matthews. Yeah, right, it'll be fucking Austin Matthews again or someone like that. Controlled breakout, just 3 high. Single swing, leave zone early, 3-on-3 offense, be aggressive. Forward lines, carry the puck. Block, of course, but, you know, be the kind of mix of efficiency and such. Now, whether or not this actually helps the AI, bitch, I don't know. But it's what we're going for. Oops. There we go. They need to make it a Canucks fourth liner. Caulfield's not a bad shout either. Could definitely, you know, go the Olympic route. That wouldn't surprise me. But, yeah, I mean, I think it'll be something along those lines. But like I said, I don't know. And honestly, I don't care. Like, honestly, I really don't care. You know, Matthew Schaefer would be a great shout for the cover, too. That would be a great, great shout. No doubt. No doubt, no doubt. All right, Gerber's going to be in as our 5th goalie. Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of options, right, for whatever they would elect to do. Putting Team USA on the cover is a great way to tank sales in Canada. I don't think they care. I don't think any Canadian would be like, I'm not getting it because Hellebuck's on the cover. Like, you know, I don't think that would stop anybody. I might be wrong, but feels like it's not the same when we don't. Yeah, exactly, right? If you don't buy the discs, like, who cares? Jagr, you're welcome for having captaincy. You've deserved it for a while. He doesn't like the kids' gloves approach. Well, fuck you. Pasternak. You don't need to understand my decision, but you do need to accept it. He's upset by my assertive tone. Bagel, what's up? We're doing well. How goes Fallout New Vegas? So we are starting off our season in Dallas. Jagr and Radulov are both still here. But that is okay. We have the first ever game, historic. The first ever game in Vegas Golden Knights history. And we are going to see how it goes. We might even jump in and play a little bit. Perhaps to the third period. So first period, we're up 5-1. Shipachoff, McNabb, and Neal chase Ben Bishop. Apparently Malcolm Subban is in. But then Jagr and Neal again. Second period, still 5-1. Let's go. Let's go. We will intervene. If you want to piss people off, put someone from the PWHL. I mean, I think that would be smart marketing, though, is to do, because they used to do that for FIFA. Like, they had, I think it was like Messi and Alex Morgan were on the cover in the same year. Something like that. Like, they did that quite a few times. I'm trying to see if I can find that cover. It's older than I thought it was, apparently. Yeah, FIFA 16 had Messi and Alex Morgan on the cover. So, you know. Someone put fucking Willian in there. That's awesome. So, you know, there's plenty that they could do. But incels would see it and see woman and go burr. You're not wrong. Oh, baby. All right. What the hell is NHL 18 going to feel like? I don't remember the last time I played this. Okay, all that's good. Just want to drop the game time down to 5 minutes. Yeah, we'll do 5. We'll play the third period, see how it feels. Controller settings. Thank God auto backskate is gone. The trainer was fine. Make the cover Marie believe. Yeah. Polan and Laura Stacy mid-kiss. Yeah, well, let's see. Let's see the homophobes be mad about that. I like to play old NHLs and try to find them in the store and it says unavailable just because I bought them years ago when they were out. You could still get a disc version and be able to play it. All right, well, it looks like we are going to win our first game unless I absolutely choke this. Here we go. Doc Emmerich. Trying to make sure my audio is good. All right, what's NHL 18 going to feel like? Joe Thornton. To James Neal. There's some weight to this. I kind of like it. Shattenkirk to Neal. Rebound. Jumbo Joe Thornton. Hell yeah. Jumbo. Getting quick sim. I think we are. I did put it on full sim. I'll adjust it and see what it played like on the competitive default. But Jumbo Joe Thornton. Also, a slower game is better. That's right. I said it. You're already better than you were at NHL 11. Not wrong. Not wrong. Skating. Ah, shit. Hold on. Can I make that adjustment that I want to do here? I'm an expert. Da-da-da. Off ice. Ah, shit. I can't change it like I could before. Game settings. Game style. I think 3 out of 4 was the one that they said they used for online. I think. I could be wrong. But yeah, we'll do 3 out of 4 instead of the 4. See what that feels like. Substitution made. All right. Vadim Shipachyov. You're going to be sticking around in Vegas this time, buddy. Man, players do have weight to them. I like it. Don't you shoot at my goalie. Give him the business. Get in there, Braden. We did chase Bishop in the first. The game's always done that where it accidentally puts a goalie back in and then it's dumb. Brought to you by Tim Hortons. Now Yager. He can't deke. Shipachyov. Trying to go to the point. They're just not letting me. Summers, what's up, dude? Good shot. Shot by Alexiak. Shipachyov for Radulov. Oh, I'm going to die. Shipachyov. Oh, I got stick lifted. Fuck you, Sharp. Radulov. Oh my God, they're so aggressive right now. Woo, they are so aggressive. Cody, they were in Tim Hortons at the time. Kicking my ass. I had a Tim Hortons in the town I grew up in like 2006. DJ Oshie. Go, Wild Bill. Jake Dotchin. Get in there! This looks like 26 other than the score bug and the barrier not being LED. It doesn't look that far off, does it? Oh, Steven Johns. What a dude. God damn. Hit him, Sherratt. Oh, Ben, you're so slow. Light him up, Sherratt. Oh, what a poke check by Stafford. Oh, Brendan Gounce. Waffle boy. Hey, we got our first waffle boarded. John Merrill. Keep fighting, Stafford. Fight to stay on the team. Brock McGinn. Shat Deuces. What I would give to hear Doc Emrick call Kevin Shattenkirk Shat Deuces. Oh my God. That concept just broke my brain. I'm sorry. There you go, Merrill. Oh, I got stuck. I couldn't turn. Oh my God, I just headshotted somebody. That was the dirtiest hit I've ever seen. Look at this hit from Shattenkirk. Wow. Oh my God, who was that? Umberger? RJ Umberger just got deleted. Oh my God. Whew. James Neal. Oh, where'd you come from? Neal. Trying to go 5-hole. Good job, Merrill. Oh, we're winning the cup this year, baby. Joe Thornton. Spin moves. Damn. Yeah. We need to play Doc Emrick bingo every time I load into a game. James Neal. Of Harton. I actually beat him to the punch on that line. Let's go. All text, I didn't watch all of it. I saw some of it, though. I'm very excited for the Totally Not Guitar Hero revival. Gonna play the hell out of that this fall. Yager. Get him, Yaramir. Ah, I slashed him. Shout out to Endo for the random spin move. Gears is going to have a 12-man horde mode. Ooh. Who knows? Maybe it will be the first time I check out a Gears of War since 4, which I got a couple hours into and I got bored. Not today, Seguin. Damn, that's a bad clear. Nice block by Sherratt. To Stafford. Oh, Drew Stafford. He's tired. He's Deacon, though. Oh, almost. That was an exhausted man. Oh, God, it was real-time penalties. The Fisher. 4, did you play the campaign? I started to, and I just couldn't get into it. All right, William Carlson. Yeah, big boy, that's what I was thinking, honestly. Michael Fisher. Get in there. Save Malcolm. Bad job. Oh, Wild Bill, never mind. Great job. Wild Bill Carlson. Nope. Then he got slashed. And then he got slashed. He was out of gas, man. I couldn't pull a more competitive move than that, unfortunately. Right in the face. Nino Niederreiter ended up in Dallas for the start of this year, huh? David Pasternak taking the face off. Shit, I passed it, didn't go. Oh my god, Alexiak just killed Sagan. Jake Dotchin. Damn. Alexiak kill. Shit. There you go, Pasta. For TJ Oshie. How we get Pasta? Offer sheet. First and a third. Oh, the backhand from Shipachov for no reason. For no reason, he goes backhand. Insanity. I've gotten some good saves out of Subban, at least. Damn. Shat deuces. Get in there! Get in there! Oh, come on. Do I fight Radulov? No, you don't. I got my goons out there to start throwing hands. All right, Shipachov. Shattenkirk to Yager. Oh, I tried to go backdoor from 47. It didn't work. I sound like Laura Loomer. Anyway. Yager. Oh, what a time to break the stick. Oh, Yager kept it in. Ah, Yager. Yager is captain, yeah.
Can he generate something? Loose puck did not go well. So final minute. Enough is enough.
Shipachov for Radulov. Oh, kicked past. Radulov, what a save. Just hit the goalie so hard.
Moving it now up the wing. Shoots one, paddled aside. Pass cut. Doctor trying to force the play now when you're behind.
Brock McGinn. Oh, get cooked. Get cooked. Damn you, Stephen Johns. They're called for a slash. You weren't allowed to stick lift in this game. NHL 11, you were allowed to stick lift, but it feels like the more modern games, they just constantly go back and forth between whether or not you're allowed to stick lift. Please go in the net. Please go in the net. Please! I just got called for a second trip. Well, hey, I added a goal. The Vegas Golden Knights have won their first game in their franchise's young history. Hell yeah. A good old penalty button, hell yeah. Wonder if I'm going to get DMCA'd for the old NBC theme. I might. In which case, follow the channel if you haven't. If you have a Prime sub, consider using it here. I'd be greatly appreciative. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. And also, do you know channel memberships exist? That's a good way to support streamer. How do I gotta donate to the channel to get you to do a challenge? I want you to play a full 2K10 season. How much you got? Because I'm not opposed to it. But that's that's a big time commitment you're asking for there. Big commitment. Shout out to Mobski for the primer. Baffle for the primer. Baffle. On the 9 months, Mobski with the absurd 62. Thank you both, gentlemen. And I hope the weekend has treated you well. I'll give you a high five and a thanks if you did a 2K10 thing. I'm not opposed to it, but that is a big time commitment. As much as I love it, it's a big time commitment. Joe Thornton had 4 points in his first game as a Golden Knight. Let's go. Ridiculous. All right, before I forget then, rules, post whistle, authentic. Here, no, that's not what I want. Gameplay sliders? Game style. Yeah, I guess 3 out of 4 is what we want. I mean, it's just the fatigue effect is higher, but the recovery is worse. I was going to put it on full sim. I forget. I'm pretty sure 3 out of 4 is the online version, though. Because everything's just kind of like dead even. That's just how they program it. So we'll leave it on 3 out of 4. That's fine. And then rules, we'll put that to authentic. Period length, 5 minutes. That's fine. Bada bing, bada boom. Auto rotate goalie existed. Penalty time scaling. Can go 3 out of 6. Right. Okay. That should be good if we end up jumping in again, which we probably won't until playoff time. Let's see, what time is it? It is 2:30. I have a cheeseburger and $100. I mean, $100. I don't know, man. I don't know if I could say no to that, you know? I just had to pay almost, well, it was like $250 for the dogs for the dog at the vet. So for the dog's vet bill. So can we find something for me to wager my points on? I'm trying to make you do a Coyotes realistic rebuild. In what game, though, is the question. What game would that be in? Cody, yeah, I probably will at some point. Although, you know. We know what they were like. We were there. Let's see. If I was 19, interesting. If I was going to switch to 007 tonight, it would have to be right now. But I know enough people are still enjoying this because that's normally what happens on the first night of something. So let's keep it going, shall we? Let's keep it going. My goodness, my goodness. Again, Joe Thornton, 4 points in our first game. I like the look of this team quite a bit. I think we're doing well. I think this team will do well. It's just hopefully we can make a trade so that we can call up Nail Yakupov, who unfortunately has already turned 24 years old, as Sam Besser's cashing in on an immense amount of channel points. Good Lord. Mr. Besser, that's a lot of channel points, sir. Oh boy. That's a lot of points. Let's get the season sim going here. Do what Bagel wants. Wow, what a guy Sam is, huh? All right. Well, I mean, Bagel, hit me up on the Discord side of things and let me know for sure, because you said a realistic rebuild, whatever the hell that means. Whatever the hell that means. What even is realistic? Remember when I talked about the Pacioretty story? I had 1.1 million points to burn. Holy shit, dude. The sim speed is so much faster in this game than NHL 11. Holy. And that's with a bunch of trade offers on. We do get an offer for Ben Sherratt. 4th rounder and Ryan Garbett. The Garbutt. I don't really have space for him on the 4th line, and he'll just get mad at me, so I'm actually going to say no to that. Some players want to meet with me. Cool. Kevin Shetdeuces. When you're oh god, when you're as good as me, performance like this is the norm. God, I hated this. It means you have to illegally tamper with prospects. Fair enough. Fair enough. Oh god. All right. Well, we'll mark that down for the future then, won't we? Do I really? You know, I don't even care to answer you, Kevin. Yannick Weber, I'm not getting the ice time I feel like I deserve. Just stay positive for now, buddy. Stay positive. Ben Sherratt, stats aren't everything. You should be happy I'm working hard on the ice. When did I say I was upset about the lack of stats? Just stay focused, Ben. Stay focused. Forward focused. You know, stats aren't everything. I didn't say they were, Ben. Oh. Okay. Yeah, thanks for telling me you're in your own head. Ooh. Okay, Bagel, let me know for sure. Ben crashing out after 6 games. Fleury and Gounce for 1, 2, 3, and Michael Hutchinson. I'm going to say no, but it's nice knowing we could get a first rounder for Fleury at some point. So, let's do 2 weeks for OHL forwards. Continue to see how we do here. So 6-4-1 through the opening month. That's not too bad. Shattenkirk, shut up. When you're as good as me, yeah, sure. 6-4-1 though to start off, not too bad. All is quiet though on the Yager trade market front. James Neal leading this team with 9 points in 11 games, which means Joe Thornton has been very quiet aside from that first game, which is kind of nuts. But it's Jumbo. We'll trust him. He'll be okay. Matt Stajan and his $3.13 million contract is on waivers. We're good, thank you. Shipachoff for $7 million of Tion Phaneuf. No. No, as soon as we start to look promising, you have to send the team to Utah. I mean, that is Coyotes fashion. That is Coyotes fashion, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? All right, what are we loading up here? Because this is taking a while. This is taking a while, and I don't know why. But I'm kind of scared. There we go. I had a feeling it would be because of a trade. Let me see here. Sorry, just having to double check something. Okay. Fleury and Friend for a first, second, and Hutch. No, we're good. We're good, we're good. Killed my dreams of seeing Cooley and Gunner together. Third round pick for Mark Borowiecki and 2 fourths. Or Borowiecki. We're good. And we're not in the best run of form here to start the month. And James Neal has sprained his ankle. Okay. John Merrill for a second and Boris Kachuk. Good old Boris Kachuk. What was his potential at this time? He was washed. Dude, see, like, okay. So EA was right in hindsight. But at the same time, having a 19-year-old player, second round, 44th overall, have that potential was fucked. And again, part of the reason as to why I was so heavy into roster editing, like, yes, with hindsight, they were correct. But that was brutal, man. Absolutely brutal. I still can't believe they just had that system, and it's gotten better, but it's not amazing to this day. But I was there when they had Dylan Strome playing 4th line minutes. Noted top scorer on the Washington Capitals, Dylan Strome. That Dylan Strome. He was top scorer this season for the Caps, wasn't he? Like 60 points, close to it. Maybe not him, but still. All right, trade block loading is definitely slowing us down. I forgot that it did this. The game didn't freeze. There is a loading going on. So I'll probably take the trade block away. It'll take a minute. It'll process and process it. I remember that it used to do this. So yeah, we will be stuck here for a minute. You'd know if it was frozen because there is a little yellow wheel in the top right, and that has not stopped. An insane trade is loading. Yeah. So we waited out, and this is why I always used to play with trades turned off until I just wanted to actually do a trade, because I forgot this could happen. But this is the joy of revisiting a game I haven't played in God knows how long. Is you remember all the little intricacies, the positives, the negatives. The good thing is we saved at the beginning of the season. But yeah, there we go. All right, let's go adjust the trade block, shall we? Yager is now our leading scorer as well. How do you like that? But yeah, I guess Yaromir will stay. Yaromir will stay, and we'll readjust the block towards the end of the season. Towards the trade deadline, at least. The words of Fabrizio Romano. Here we go. Mike Fisher injured. Not ideal. Give me OHL goalars. Mike Fisher is healthy. Thank God, because Yannick Weber was playing third-line center. David Clarkson is currently on the top line with Thornton and Pasternak. Yeah, when in doubt, we'll put Oshie up there, and that way we'll keep him happy. And then James Neal is immediately back. So, get the real deal in there. There you go. What's Fleury doing? Goaltending has left a bit to be desired so far this season, unfortunately. All right, let's keep her moving. Marc-Andre Fleury has been injured with injured knee. Not injured with injured knee. Fuck. Oh, Martin Gerber. The Gerber baby himself will get the call up. And Malcolm Saban Man will be our starter temporarily. At least it didn't say lower body injury. Injured with lower body injury. Hopefully Fleury doesn't immediately get hurt again. That used to happen. Some players want to meet with me. Martin Gerber. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm just not going to say anything to you. I'm just not going to say anything to you. You're not going to be here long. 11-11-2 as of December 1st. Maybe we should get our first round pick back. We're in a playoff spot right now. We're fine. Boston's towards the bottom of the Atlantic with Tampa. It's still early. Shipachoff is our leading scorer right now, which is kind of nuts. Oh, you know what I was going to do, by the way? In case we jump in, odds are it'll be Marc-Andre Fleury that we see. It gives us Chicago Wolves. Oh my God, that player face for Fleury. It gives us Wolves stuff by default. Did they even have Vegas? They had Vegas equipment in the game, didn't they? Please tell me they had Vegas stuff in the game. Man, it didn't even give you the preview of what the hell it looked like yet either. Again, for anybody who's like, oh no, man, these games are always so much better than the modern ones. Not in every way, I promise you. Not in every way. Things have actually improved over the years, I promise. Crosby's feeling great. Okay. Good for Sid. Tampa, bottom of the division. Didn't they offer us their first before the season? Yep. Yes, they did. But that's okay. It's still early, and it's Tampa. They could have injuries going on, you know. They could have injuries going on. Reed Duke is injured with injured shoulder. Alex DeBrincat has pulled his groin. My groin. And now Reed Duke is healthy. I think it's the intros and the commentary that are better. Like I said, there are definitely elements of these games that I would say 100% yes, this was better. But there are some people who cannot help themselves but be hyperbolic when they're like, my God, everything was better about the older ones. It's like, man, you're either a child or you are a child. Mentally or literally. Where are scratches right now? All right. Yannick Weber out for Alexiak. And then we will have Gounce and McGinn. There we go. That works. Other scouting assignments. QMJHL defense. Mike Fisher is healthy already. My God. It's nice to get a reminder of how ridiculous or not ridiculous injuries were in a certain game. They did a lot in regards to injuries. It would be nice to actually have a proper, like, refreshed injury system. John Merrill has a concussion. Okay. Not ideal. Vanni Vevalainen has fractured his collarbone. That's our AHL goalie out. TJ Oshie has pulled his groin. What is with all the pulled groins? My God. We have more pulled groins than a... insert joke here. 15, 20, and 2. Not a great month for us. We are now bottom of our division, which is very unfortunate. Of course, we are in a position where if we continue to struggle, you know, we will have some good pieces to trade away. But yeah, we have had a bitch of a time with injuries so far this year. But we'll continue to deal with it for now. But we certainly need some things to turn around. John Merrill is healthy. Let's get him in for Yannick Weber. Yannick Weber boy, let me tell you. Yeah, I mean, obviously the Jagers of the world, you know, we will have some good options to trade away, and it looks like it's probably going to be what we need to do. Because this team is not winning games. Radulov is starting to plummet in terms of rating because of recent individual performance. James Neal is unhappy. I mean, how could you possibly be complaining about ice time? So, yeah. Prod coming in on the primer. Let's go. Prod, thank you very much. Ooh, Yakupov's up to a 79. If we can, I mean, sell off, like, we're going to be okay. Prod, thank you again very much for that, though. Appreciated. Let's go USA for 2 weeks. Oshie is healthy. I didn't even know he was sick. Doubt we'll be winning the cup year one. Yep, let's hope that's not what the achievement is, because if it is, LOL, we're not winning it. And Yakupov. He's loving life in the AHL right now. Bringing a couple wins together. Vienni Vevalainen is healthy. Always forget to use my prime until I get an ad. Fair. Very fair, very fair. All right. Let's see. Yager has pulled his groin. Jesus. So much groin pulling. How are there this many groins? More groin pulling than a... I don't know. Taz coming in as well in the 2 months on the primer. Thank you for that. We are 19, 26, and 4. We are not dead last in our division. That would be the Coyotes. But we are at least 15 points back, really more 13 points guaranteed back of the Sharks. For third, we are 14 points out of the wild card. So we're selling. We are officially selling. This team doesn't have it. This team does not have it. So, I mean, in terms of age, Yager's definitely on the block if we can get rid of him. Thornton goes to the block. Mike Fisher goes to the block immediately with the oldest options. Our surplus, we will legitimately do this, and we will say, still any players are theoretically available. But in terms of draft picks, I'm not willing to move anything in the first 3 rounds. And then in terms of our wants, certainly any draft picks. And we are going to want players aged 24 or younger who happen to at least be 3 medium stars, which I believe is, medium bottom 6. So let's actually do 3.5. That should be medium 9. Yeah. Defensively, same thing. If we're taking anybody back, we want it to be some younger players that we might be able to build around. And that should cut out some of the garbage offers that we're getting and not exactly overload the system. So that is our goal. Give us some young players. Anything's technically available except for our first couple of picks. But yeah, we'll see if over the next month leading into the deadline, if we can strip away some of the pieces, because this team has kind of underperformed. I mean, I know the defense is a little bit rough and we've had some injuries, but all right, looks like it's the 27th. That is the deadline, not the 20th. Yager's healthy, so the sooner he gets dealt, the better. But yeah, I mean, like if we get the right offer for Radulov, Shipachyov, Oshie, it could happen. Basically, do we want Jacob Friend for a 6th round? Oh, no, actually. Do we want to swap 4th rounders, but we get a 6th rounder in exchange for Jacob Friend? I think I'm good with that. Friend's only a low 7th. Oh, yeah, I'm good with that easily. Friend could develop. No, he ain't. Thank you, Buffalo, for that deal. Basically a 4th round pick for De La Rose. Has he improved at all this season? He has gone up by about a point. But I'd rather have the 4th rounder. De La Rose off to Vancouver. I'm all right with that. We'll have to edit our AHL lines here. And who can step in? Who do we have? Tomas Hika. All right, what else? Drew Stafford, strained a hamstring. TJ Oshie has a mild concussion. All right, so Stafford's back in anyway. That's fair. Shea Theodore and William Karlsson for 2 seconds. No. No. And Suzuki, Merrill, and a 4th for a 1st and a 2nd. No. Oshie's healthy. Healthy-ish. Dude, yeah. Radulov and Neal are furious. This team is not cohesive at all. These guys hate playing with one another. Karlsson for a 3rd and a 4th. No. Fleury. Ooh, guys, we have to consider this. Fleury to Winnipeg for Stuart Skinner, a 1st and a 2nd. Fleury at this point is 33. Sub 900 save percentage this year. 1 year left on his contract. Skinner, 19 years old, 64 overall, medium starter. 24th overall pick this past year. And we get Winnipeg's first and second this year. Here's the thing. That first and second, not good. Winnipeg's got a really good record. The funny thing is that they're even looking to trade for a goalie in the first place because they do have Hellebuck and I think I'm going to decline this. They have Hellebuck, Hutch, Comrie, and Pavlik. I don't want them to fuck over Hellebuck. I'm actually going to decline that because we don't absolutely have to get rid of Fleury, and it's going to be a low first. That is the last team that needs a goalie. That is a terrible deal for Winnipeg, and still not the best deal for us. Carlson and Weber for a third and a fourth, no. TJ Oshie has been injured with injured ribs. Holy shit, dude, the injuries. Carlson for a third, no. James Neal for 2 seconds. That's all we can get for James Neal right now is 2 seconds because he's so upset. We got to get something for him. You know? Like, we're definitely not getting a totally fair return here. But we can't risk getting caught holding the bag for Neal. And it would make room for Yakupov immediately. There's no way Neal's value is going to turn around because we're not going to win games. James Neal to Calgary for 2 second rounders. Done deal. It's got to happen. It's got to happen. We might have been able to negotiate for a first, but it's okay. And with that, Nail Yakupov returns to the NHL. It'll be Radulov, Thornton, Pasternak, Yager, Shipachyov, Yakupov, Carlson, Fisher, Stafford, McGinn, Gauntz, Clarkson. Defensively, Merrill is pissed. Damn, Lexiak, McNabb, Sherratt, Dotchin. And goalie is still Fleury Subban. But yeah, we got some players who are very unhappy right now. We'll get Brett Sterling. I think that's Brett Sterling. Yeah, we'll get Brett Sterling in there. Yeah, where's the line error? Extra attacker? 3-on-3. Just put Billy Polka in there. I'm not going to fully edit this just because, you know, we're probably not done with moves. Marc-Andre Fleury has strained a hamstring. TJ Oshie is ready to come back. For better or worse, this has been a disastrous season. Geeky and a 5th for a 4th and a 6th. How good was Morgan Geeky in this timeline again? Low 9? Yeah, probably for the best to cash out on Morgan Geeky. We'll do that. Send him to Ottawa. That's fine. William Karlsson is like the most desired piece we have. We're getting so many trade offers for him. It's kind of crazy. Hello? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It might have actually frozen this time. I think it actually froze this time. Uh-oh. 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 I think it actually froze. The wheel's not spinning. There's nothing in the bottom right. I didn't even do anything, and I think it froze. Okay, how much progress did we lose? Yeah, that definitely froze. How much progress did we lose? Shit. Neil, the Flames broke the game. Yeah. How much progress was lost? Hopefully none. I'm hoping there was an autosave that kicked in. I think it literally just saved. Okay. We're good. We lost like 3 days? Yeah, we lost less than a week's worth of progress. Thank God. And there's the Geeky trade again. It's basically Geeky for a fourth. We'll take that. Radulov's injured. Fleury's healthy. So Neil is still gone. Thankfully. And now that David Clarkman's here because of the Radulov injury. Just put Yakupov up there. We'll put Oshie up there. Because you know Oshie's going to be mad. Yeah, I mean, he is mad. John Merrill for a third and a fourth. No. Some players want to meet with you. Oshie is disgruntled. I would like to be traded. Sure. Doesn't like the kids' glove approach. Fuck you, dude. How about that? Get fucked. Consider that. Mark Stewart is on waivers, except he passed the deadline. I don't believe I did. I mean, we have the space to claim him, but we don't need another left defender. Again, the deadline, from what I can tell, is actually the final week there. Thornton's hurt. Jesus Christ. Deadline should be the 27th. So the 20th doesn't count. Yeah, deadline's 27th. That's why the bar moves when you go to it. All right, Radulov, just go best lines for the moment. Our team's a disaster. Recommend reviewing the trade block. I bet you would. I bet you would, game. Let's see who we have in Sweden. There wasn't anything actually on the deadline day, was there? Joe Thornton's healthy. All right, it is deadline day. Please don't tell me the game froze. I can't do anything. I can't click. Hello? And the game didn't freeze because the stuff's happening at the top of it. I can't move. What is going on? I can't do anything. The controller works because I can do that. Okay. Well, let's see how much progress we lost this time. Everything I touch dies. Everything. Oh, man. Okay. Okay. Take 3. Take 3. All right, that's the one. All right, day before the deadline. Cool. So what can we do? What can we do for trades since there isn't a deadline day minigame or anything like that, right? So goalie-wise, we could definitely deal Marc-Andre Fleury, but he's not the top priority. Top priority to move right now has to be Jaromir Jagr at his age. The question is, who wants him, that can afford him, if that even exists. We might have to take back a bit of salary here. Or, in fairness, we can retain on Jagr to make it happen. But yeah, no deadline minigame. This was kind of the unfortunate doldrums between generations before they added back in a minigame. Because you had it, obviously, with the phones in NHL 11. All right. So, Anaheim. Skaters matching block. Max Jones. Max Jones was good around this time, too. We're going to have to be very hands-on with this. So Anaheim has Max Jones, medium top 6, 20 years old, 70 overall. We'll keep track of that. Arizona, not getting rid of any prospects. Boston, not getting rid of prospects. God, this was the Rick... Oh my God, I thought it was Rick Nash. It was Riley Nash, thank God. I was going to say, don't let this be the Rick Nash era of the Bruins. Which was such a disappointment. Because I loved me some Rick Nash. Haynes is a low 6. Now we're fine. Colorado, trying to move Kyle Turris. Columbus, nobody too crazy. I mean, Vitaly Abramov and Sonny Milano, but low 6 scares me. Detroit trying to trade Gustav Nyquist, Justin Abdelkader. They're just trying to blow it up. The Oilers, Anton Slepyshev. The Slepyshev. Medium top 6 at 23 and a 77 overall. We could try to make that work. The Kings, the low 6s, including Max Comtois. Man, Victor Mete, low 6. Is that even Victor Mete? That is Victor Mete. Damn. Habs fans rioted when Victor Mete had that low of a potential. Rangers, no prospects. A lot of our trades might have to be for picks, but yeah, top prospects that are out there, especially if they're not low potentials, are the guys I want to focus on. Tampa, holy shit, Buchek. Whew, maybe we do try to get him after all, huh? Jesus Christ. Jesus. Sam Buchek. And then there is also Taylor Radish. At a medium top 6, 67 overall at 20 years old. So we could definitely try to work out a blockbuster with Tampa. Toronto's trying to trade Kasperi Kapanen. He'd be an interesting low 6 to go after, given he's 21 and a 76. This might have me double check the others. But yeah, Kasperi Kapanen would be an interesting one. Vancouver trying to get rid of the Sedins. Capitals looking to get rid of Johansson and Madison Bowie. Washington, man, for those defensive prospects. Johansson, medium top 4, 20 years old and a 62. That's a bit low. But then Bowie is very much worth it. And what about Winnipeg? Nobody from Winnipeg. Okay. So, Tampa. It's got to be Tampa that we target first because of Buchek and Radish. If we retain on Yager, we can do it, but Buchek is worth so much. Cody, take it easy, dude. I won't be live too much longer. Like I said, I got to get to bed. I think it's going to take a TJ Oshie to get that type of deal done. It's the first year of an 8-year deal, and he's already mad at me. We'd have to take somebody else back in the deal. Like Ryan Callahan. If not Ryan Callahan, Alex Killorn or Nemesnikov. 32-year-old Ryan Callahan. Killorn's 28. I mean, I guess we could take on the Albatross Callahan deal if we're going to look to get younger. If we're going to get younger. And we will offer you up TJ Oshie. And... Wait, did the Yager trade? Where the... Oh, I'm certain by value. That's why. I was going to say, wait a minute. Where the hell did Yager go? If we retain 50% on Yager, but we don't retain on Oshie. Right? So we give up Oshie and Yager to go after 2 top prospects, including this guy who's nuts. I passed on him in the draft, but we can get him now. But we got to take on Ryan Callahan, which is okay. I don't think they'll do it. No. There just needs to be more value. But we can't give up much because of the cap. I mean, I guess unless we retain on somebody else. Can we also give up... Well, Joe Thornton's got an extra year left. So that's not going to work. Fisher's not worth much. Too many of these guys have too much term left. Yager's kind of the one that we can retain on. Unsigned. You got Nick Hague on a low 4, Robertson medium 9, Rutsalainen. Can we do the old fun thing of like Tanner Jeannot and Justin Brazeau? No. What if we also give up an LA third rounder? It's just, yeah, the value is not there to get both. So obviously we'd rather take the Buchek. It just depends on how much negative value Ryan Callahan has. How much negative value does Ryan Callahan have for them? If we give up Jeannot and Brazeau, how close are we now? And the LA third. No. It's got to be closer, though. What if we take out those two? That's a lot of eggs into the Buchek basket, but he is the best prospect that's out on the block right now. There's also a bunch of goalies, including Pantkowski. All right, what if we do that third and give you back your own fourth? Oshie, Yager on 50%. A third and a fourth. We take on Ryan Callahan, but we get back the best prospect we could possibly trade for right now. How much is Darren Radish getting paid this summer? A lot. That guy's getting a lot of money. My guess is Toronto. Let's see. Fifth rounder. What if we use the Kings fifth rounder? Oh, they really don't want to part with this guy. I don't blame them. A third, 2 fourths, Yager on 50% retained, and Oshie's contract for Buchek and Callahan. I mean, it is a high top 6 player. Don't want to give up 2/3. What about a fourth from Tampa and a fourth from Buffalo? Fuck, I already did that apparently. Oh, it's going to take 2/3. I feel like we're giving up so much.
I'm just trying to walk through this fucking grass.
2/3. Yager on 50% and TJ Oshie to get the top prospect we can get, but we also have to take back Ryan Callahan to do it. All right, Tampa, I'm not doing this. Like, they're not factoring in Callahan as a negative value enough to make that worth it for me. So the next best prospect we could get is from Washington, that being Madison Bowie, who is injured, but I think it'll still let me do it. Yager on 50% retained for Madison Bowie. And what else can we add to this to get close to send Yager back to Washington? Jeannot, Brazeau. Those will be the first 2 extra pieces. And what can we add for later? What about a Tampa fourth? What about 2 fourths? We'll add Buffaloes. Oh my god, no we won't. I forgot this was the system too where the menu just totally glitched out. Yager on 50% retained, 2 fourths, Jeannot and Brazeau for Madison Bowie. Madison Bowie, welcome in, and Jaromir Yager is off to Washington to hopefully win a cup alongside Alexander Ovechkin. That works for me. So Yager is out. Our initial captain is off to the Caps. After that, I want to talk to Edmonton. The problem is they're a team that I can't really retain on anybody else I want to get rid of. You know? So maybe Drew Stafford. Frank, the goal is to just win with the expansion Vegas team. Apparently I never got that achievement. So if we were to use Stafford, I mean, there's no way that's close enough, right? No, Slepeshev has value. Radulov. Okay. Do the Oilers have anybody with negative value? I.e., they get paid so much and they're not worth it. Mark Fane, who's on an expiring deal. Frank, I did a challenge with Vegas, but I think, or I did a series with Vegas, but I think we used their actual expansion roster instead of redoing the expansion draft. All right, we'll see if Mark Fane is enough. And that way we can use Radulov. It says they can accept it. Can I get a sweetener in there, third rounder next year? That would go through. So Radulov. Can I do a second? No. So Radulov to the Oilers for Slepyshev, Mark Fane for the cap, a third next year and a fourth this year? It would just be a third next year. We'll do that. Radulov doesn't want to be here anymore. Anton Slepyshev, welcome in. This team is continuing to change just drastically left and right. Anaheim could be a good landing spot for Oshie, who also doesn't want to be here. That has me interested in Max Jones. Can we do... I mean, can we go all out here and get Jones and their first? Because they're going for it. What else would we have to add to this? There's nobody else who's overly upset yet. I mean, we could add Joe Thornton. If we could use Thornton and Oshie, that'd be pretty nice. We'd have to take somebody back. Oh, that's stupid. Yeah. I don't even know if I want a cup of Vegas, though. We could take on Kevin Bieksa. Anaheim would still be over. We could also take on, well, Clayton Stoner after all. They'd still be over the cap. Jesus Christ. Raiders, we just started. This is our first season, so nothing yet. What if we were to also take Anton Vermette? Okay, they'd still be over. What if we risked it and retained on Thornton? Because there's a good chance he'll retire at the end of the season. A pretty good chance he will retire. At least that's something, yeah, that's a fair risk to take, I would say. And I might be wrong. I've been wrong before. So Oshie and Thornton for Jones a first, and we got to take on those other two. Value's just a bit low. Okay, how low are we talking? Are we talking Tomas Hika? And we already added Jeannot to the other one, right? So are we talking Tomas Hika low? Yes, we are. Okay, so Oshie, Thornton on 50% retained, and Hika for Max Jones and the Ducks first rounder with us taking on Bieksa and Stoner to make it happen. Done deal. Done deal with Anaheim. We'll take away Max Jones, one of their better prospects. We're tearing down to build back up before you know it. Okay. Is there anybody else that should go right now? Fleury, we could wait until the draft. Defensively, I think we're okay. Forward-wise, I think we're okay too. Stafford and Clarkson aren't happy, but I mean, they're not going anywhere. Carlson's fine. Mike Fisher isn't worth much, but maybe we could get something for him. That's really about it. And then, like, Shipachyov. Can we send Mike Fisher back to Nashville? Just retain on him as well. That'd be our third retention. And at least get something from Mike Fisher. Wow, they're getting rid of their first as well. Not used to that. I'm used to NHL 26 where no one ever wants to move a fucking pick. Let's see if we can do like a third and a sixth for Fisher. What about just a third? Damn. What if we do a seventh? Fisher and a seventh for a third? No. What if we do Fisher and 2 sevenths for a third? There we go. Mike Fisher on his way back to Nashville. And I think that is our teardown complete. I think. So we got Shattenkirk. Oh my god. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right. So can I send Bowie down? He's injured, so no, I can't. Mark Fane, can I send you down? We'd be under the cap. Oh my god. Okay. Let's just go best lines for the moment. Would I really be under the cap? I don't believe you. I don't believe you, game. I think you're lying to me. You're definitely lying to me. My god, you're a filthy liar, yeah. You filthy, filthy liar. Yeah, it's just not going to let me send him down. Can I send down Yannick Weber? Yeah, okay, the game is lying. That sucks. Can send down Clayton Stoner. I don't know why the game's lying to me, but it is, and it means I'm not going to be able to set up my roster the way I want. But it's the day before the deadline, so I can definitely go out and just sign a dude. But why would I want to do that? Why does the game lie? Why does the game have to lie, though? Now I got to sit here and put thought into how I'm going to get out of this. Hopefully it's just a matter of needing to call up forwards. So we'll call up Emile Poirier, who's ready to go. We could call up Marcel Gotch as well, just to play. Can I swap Gotch with Mark Fane? No, because it's lying. Can I swap him with Yannick Weber? Yes, I can. Weber would have to be on waivers, which is fine. He's just a dude. And Weber cleared. Okay. Forwards, we have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we need at least one more forward. Can't send down Bowie. Don't know if I'm allowed to send down Jake Dotchin. We should try. And the other forward will call up. I don't know if it needs to be a skill guy or not. 2, 3, 4. It should be a skill guy. Nikita Sherbak. Call him up for Dotchin. And Dotchin made it. And we'll send down Bowie when we can. So the defense will be the defense. So this team is not going to be very good down the stretch. I can say that. I can definitely say that. All right. So healthy scratches, Fane, Gerber, and Stoner. So we will do... What will we do? Stafford and Clarkson. McGinn and Poirier can both kind of be centers, but so can Gauntz and Carlson. Let's do Poirier, Carlson, Stafford. McGinn, Gauntz, and Clarkson. And we do need to try to get our first back from the Bruins. You're not wrong. We will do Yakupov, Shipachyov, Pasternak. Sherbak, Gotch, and Slapishev. A little bit risky, but we'll go for it. Defense. I don't need Kevin Bieksa in there. But it doesn't really matter if Stoner or Fane's in there right now either. John Merrill is very, very upset. And Florian Subban's fine. The AHL is now a disaster. So if we want that team to not be garbage... I mean, how many defenders do we have that could play up front? Griffin Reinhart could play. Brennan could play. Johannesson could play. Okay, you know, we might be able to make the AHL work. It's going to be very wonky. Yeah, like Marcus Pettersson needs to get in there. Chernak needs to get in there. Oops, all defensemen. Let's get Chernak in there. And then Gervais is out, I think, for Seeloff. Yes. If there's one more, we'll get TJ Brennan in there. But I think we're good. Yeah. Well, Wisniewski. Yeah, we'll get TJ Brennan in there. Who wasn't exactly a defensive defenseman. Oops, all defensemen. At least Griffin Reinhardt's going to get to play, you know? Let's see. High bottom 6. We got a medium 9 in there. Couple of medium 9s. Another medium 6. Ty Ratty is a high 9. And then we have a high bottom 6. Okay. Right. So, out of the medium 6s, we'll go Reinhardt and Johannesson. Okay. So, Pettersson, Chernak, and Seeloff. With Seeloff on the left wing, Miller, Reinhardt, Johannesson. Johannesson actually has 70 for faceoffs. That's funny. We'll have Duke at center there. Then it'll be Sorella, DeBrincat, and Ratty. Hell yeah. And then defense, Weber and Brennan can be down. We'll go Kulak and Pellick. Theodore with Vilipoka. Goaltender, Vevalainen and Lankinen. Cool. It works. It's a disaster, but it does work. At least for now. But yeah, we gotta try to get that Bruins, our pick back from the Bruins. I mean, anything shy of, like, David Pasternak should be fine. Should be. That's if they want to trade it. They're not very good themselves. They don't want to trade it. Oh, boy. Hello, Kana. The oh boy wasn't for you. It's the value of this pick. How good are Anaheim and LA right now? Anaheim is very good. Los Angeles is very good. So this would be a very smart move, is to use those 2 picks to get our own first rounder back and then extra. Will that go through on its own? No. How much else are we going to have to add to get that to work so that we can keep Pasternak? But I am already liking, like, look at the prospect pool we've built up in less than a season. Not bad at all. Merrill, Johannesson. Let's see. If we look from a prospect potential, Yakupov can still get better. This is going to be the peak of John Merrill's value. Good player. He's not happy to be here, though. Maybe we cash out on John Merrill. If not him, Ratty doesn't really have much value. Carlson, I want to keep. I think John Merrill's the guy to use here. 2 first and John Merrill to get our pick back. Fuck. Trying to win the cup. We tried, and our team wasn't good, so now we're looking at a long run here. Hopefully not too long, though. Like, we do still have some good pieces. I don't think we're going to have to rebuild forever. Could be wrong, though. Could be wrong. Let's see. What if we use... I mean, Sorella, 58 overall at 21. Still has good value. This could be the time to use him. It's a lot to give up, but when you know these 2 picks aren't going to be lottery picks, it's really not that bad. And let's just safety net this with some later picks. Still no. Take out a 5th. Still no. Take out a 5th. Let's be honest, too. All of these 4 assets, they're not worth the, David Pasternak, which is what we gave up for that first rounder. They still want more. It's worth it. We need our pick back. We're not going to be good down the stretch. Jason Robertson. Yeah, he's still young enough. Marcus Pettersson. At 21 and only a 60. Still not enough. Okay. Nick Hague. No, thank you. What else do we have? Reed Duke is worth about the same. Tyraddy's. Okay, it's going to have to be another pick. What if we use the LA third? What if we use the Calgary second? Oh, man, this is getting pricey. Imagine if we're somehow good. That still didn't go through. Guys, I don't think we're getting this pick back. I don't think we are. Take out John Merrill. Calgary second. LA third. 2 firsts, 2 seconds, and Alexi Sorella. I can't get the pick back. So we're just going to have to hope that we don't suck. But that pick could be anything. It could even be David Pasternak, It's still worth having Pasternak. But yeah, I mean, there's nothing else we can give up to make this happen. Again, this is why I never negotiate when they don't want to give up picks. Like, what are we going to use? Like, who here can... Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, maybe Shattenkirk? I guess we could use Shattenkirk or Shipachyov here. I mean, they have the space to do it. Be a fair amount of cap cleared out. I mean, this is my last hope here. What if we use those 2 and Sorella, because he's only a 58 at 21. That won't go through. What if we also use the Anaheim first and the Calgary second? Well, here we go. This is the best thing we can do. It's the 2 late firsts, Sorella, Shipachyov, and Shattenkirk for our own first-round pick back. They didn't do it, so we can't get it. That's okay. We have David Pasternak instead. It's fine. It is fine. I would much rather have David Pasternak anyway. So, if we're garbage and we gave the Bruins a high pick, it is what it is. But the odds that they, the odds that they get somebody better than David Pasternak is incredibly slim. So, hopefully that top line can do some heavy lifting. Hopefully some of the younger guys we just put into the lineup can kind of show up here and put in a shift for us. Still got Fleury in goal. We'll try to trade Fleury at the draft. But yeah, I don't presume we're going to be very good down the stretch, but I suppose you never know. Benoit Pouliot's on waivers, but he's got 2 years left, a year after this at $4 million. No, thank you. And Madison Bowie has returned to the lineup. We are going to be able to not send him down. It doesn't fucking make sense. We can clearly send him down. And we can clearly send Gerber down. Shit is being stupid. Like, clearly those guys can be sent down. Can I call up TJ Brennan instead? Nope. Can I call up... Fuck. All right. Well, Bowie, you're just going to have to play this year, buddy. Unless it'll let me send down Gerber. Which it won't. Okay, well, now I forgot this happens. I'm at the mercy of this game to not send somebody down that I lose on waivers. Because it's glitching out. So autofix roster, we just gotta hope we didn't fucking lose anybody. It sent down Gerber anyway. Okay, cool. So stupid. I hated that part of the system. I really did. All right. So we do want to get Madison Bowie into the lineup then for Kevin Bieksa. I mean, if Bowie's going to be up here, he might as well be up here. He might as well. And he'll be higher up. Actually, fuck it. Madison Bowie, top pair of minutes. Let's go. Give him that time if he's going to be here. If he's going to be here. Sherbak, Gotch, Slepyshev. And Poirier, Carlson, Stafford. There we go. Did it fuck with the AHL at all? Yes, it did. Damn it. Damn it. It did indeed fuck with the AHL. That's fine. That's fine. Let's just get people back in. I won't reorder by potential or anything like that. We'll just fix it up real quick and it'll be fine. Let's just make sure guys like Griffin Reinhart and company are actually playing right now and getting that time. It's too important. This headset's bothering me. Oh man, it's getting late too, at least for tonight. Let's get Johannesson in there. Not worried about James Wisniewski because he's on an AHL deal. Get Chernak in there. We'll get Pedersen. I think Pedersen is the last one that we care about. There we go. So, yep, we'll just let the AHL be a disaster, but at least people are playing. We lost to the Kings the day after the deadline. I am kind of intrigued that one of their moves might have happened. It was mostly us, right? But yeah, Fisher traded for a third. Oshie and Thornton to Anaheim for Jones and a pick. Slepyshev and a pick for Radulov. Bowie for Yager plus. Rick Nash got sent to Winnipeg for Stuart Skinner and Brendan Lemieux. Nashville picked up Grabner and Foss, the Okipaka. Of course, we sent James Neal to Calgary for 2 seconds. Josh Bailey goes to the Devils. Chris Tanev to Pittsburgh. Kevin Miller to New Jersey. Kyle Turris for Matt Duchene. Matt Duchene was, in fact, traded to Ottawa. That is delightful. Absolutely delightful. But yeah, most of the trades, it was us. No surprise. All right, let's see how the season finishes. We might have to save the draft for tomorrow. But this has been a very up and down first season from we're competitive, JK, no, we're not. Like, it's just weird how it's played out. David Clarkson is disgruntled. Look, if you have something constructive to offer, say it. Don't just complain. Responds well to a firm approach. Good to know. David, don't be a dick. You think I wanted you? I didn't take you in the expansion draft. I was forced to take you for a fucking side deal. I don't want you on this damn team. You out of your mind? Think I want you on this damn team? Hey, Yakupov's already got 5 points. He's also a -9. And we are losing games hand over fist. I would be so worried if it, and we have already confirmed to not make the playoffs this year. I would be so worried if we hadn't acquired David Pasternak for that pick. But we did. So I'm not worried. Like, who are the Bruins possibly going to get with our pick that's better than David Pasternak? Or, like, it's just not going to happen. I am just disappointed because I thought we built up a pretty good team and we just sucked this year. But that happens. That happens. Man, yeah, we are just losing hand over fist down the stretch. When it gets bad, it gets real bad. Poirier strained a hamstring. Fleury is back for the last 2 games of the year. Neat. We can get the Gerber baby out of there. Kevin BX is playing forward, for God's sakes. And mercifully, this season is over. 26-50-6 to end our first season in Vegas. If the achievement is tied to winning the cup in season 1, we failed. Big time. Big time. We finished second last in the league. Of course, we tanked down the stretch, but man, that did not go the way I thought the season would go. Pasta finishes as our leading scorer with 64 points, 23 goals. I forgot he is way more of a playmaker in this game because the shot pass bias was hidden at the time. And he was set to be very pass heavy. Shipachyov, 53 points. Carlson, 38. McGinn 20. Yakupov, 15 points in 25 games. Isn't bad. Gowns had 15 in a full 82. Sherbak, 8 points. Poirier with 5. Slepyshev had just 3. Not ideal. Defensively, Shattenkirk, 41 points. McNabb, who played the full season, had just 9. John Merrill was terrible this year. Damn. And in goal, Fleury, sub-900 save percentage, Subban, an 884. Martin Gerber actually had to play 2 games this year. He was dreadful. Just an awful season all the way around. Entire league, Vladimir Tarasenko, cover boy from the prior game, led the league with 99 points. Then you had Backstrom, Ovechkin, Jaden Schwartz, and Jamie Benn rounding out the top 5. Your top goal scorer was Tarasenko, then Ovi, Stamkos, Malkin, and Benn. Defensive points, it was Erik Karlsson. Before he became Eric Sharkelson, it was Erik Karlsson. You also had Brent Burns, Drew Doughty. God, these guys look so young. I know this was 9 years ago, but holy shit, it really hits you. Look how young Brent Burns looks, and he was 33. Probably 32 at that time. I don't know, maybe it's at the point where I'm like, oh, I'm 32. So, like, you look at, like, an athlete who's now still playing in his 40s, and it's like, holy shit. TJ Brody was up there, Cam Fowler, PK, Victor Hedman. 29 goals for Karlsson as well. God damn. Dude, like Clefbaum, injured. Wow, Oscar Clefbaum is injured? You don't say. Winningest goaltender, John Gibson. He also had Jake Allen, Braden Holtby, Peter Mrazek. Shutout leaders with 10, Vasi and Quick. Holy shit, Holtby was up there. Ah, Boogeyman. Braden Holtby, Bruins Boogeyman. Top save percentage, bare minimum of 20 games played, was Holtby. Then you had Keith Kincaid, who was great. Roberto Luongo. Thatcher Demko. God, baby Demko. And for the rookies, Brock Besser. Tied with Dylan Strome in scoring, but off a plus-minus, I think it'll be Besser. You also had Nico Hischier up there, Clayton Keller, Sebastian Aho, Charlie McAvoy, Tyson Jost, remember him? Colin White, remember him? Mark Jankowski, you should remember him. He scored in the Stanley Cup Final. Alex Tuch played for Chicago this year, had 18 points in 82 games. He's up to a 78. We do have DeBrincat. We'll see if that was the right call. And rookie goalies, yeah, I don't think any of these guys are winning the Calder. Maybe Demko for 20 games played, but that's about it. So we was screwed up. Or did we? Did we? I thought we'd be more competitive than we were. Didn't happen that way. We potentially gave up a first overall pick, but we gave it up for David Pasternak. I don't think it was that bad of a decision, even with hindsight. We do got a couple of players out of rest of world. Guess we'll do Russia for 2 weeks. Might just let the AI scout from there. Chicago Wolves made the playoffs, but were bounced in the first round. I'm sure they gained the majority of their points when Yakupov was down there, but, you know, that is what it is. But good on Chicago for making the playoffs, despite us having to just pick that roster clean. All right, again, we'll just let the scouting do what it's going to do, and we'll see if it's any good from there. We'll see if that is a useful way to handle this. Stanley Cup champions in Season 1. We have their first pick. The Anaheim Ducks, with the Syracuse Crunch taking home the Calder Cup. The Ducks win the Cup in 2018, which is not the most improbable thing in the world. But let's see how that happened for them. They went through Minnesota, LA, Dallas, and then beat New Jersey in the final, getting revenge for 2003. And the Calder Cup went to the Syracuse Crunch as they beat Detroit's affiliate in the Grand Rapids Griffins. But for Anaheim, Getzlaf, Perry, Oshie, you're welcome. Raquel, Fowler, Silverberg, Kessler, Cogliano, Nick Ritchie. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie. Danny Heatley, Stanley Cup champion. Joe Thornton, Stanley Cup champion. I just gifted Joe Thornton a cup. Let's go. And of course, goalie John Gibson. Makes sense. Award winners. Art Ross, Tarasenko. Hart Trophy, Tarasenko. The Norris to Erik Karlsson. Tarasenko wins the big. The Calder did actually go to Dylan Strome. Okay. Getzlaf won the Conn Smythe. The Vezina to Braden Holtby. The Selke to Jonathan Taves. Ted Lindsay Award to Tarasenko. And the Rocket Richard to Tarasenko. And now we actually have AHL awards to look at in this era. Tim Schaller, most points and league MVP. Sean Malone, top goal scorer and top rookie. Dylan DeMello, top defenseman. Laurent Brossois, best goalie. And Peter Budaj, MVP of the playoffs. Fair enough. Fair enough. So I don't know if we'll do the draft here because, like I said, I do got to head out here shortly. But we could take a look at the lottery results. Did we get the first round pick? First overall pick in the first round? No, we did not. Okay. So at least we didn't give up first overall. We did give up fourth overall and a third rounder. But for David Pastrnak, I think it's going to be worth it. I hope. Please, God, let that be worth it. But Chicago has the first overall pick. Boston has picks 4 and 10. Then we also get the retired players list. Oh, thank you, Jesus. Yes. Oh, thank God. David Clarkson has retired. Yeah. We're out from underneath that contract. Holy God. Thank you, Lord baby Jesus. Whew. Thank God David Clarkson retired. We are out from underneath a god-awful contract. See you later, David. Hell of a player in your time. But we'll see you later, champ. That is the only player to retire from our roster. Yager has retired. So we made the right choice to get Madison Bowie. Thornton didn't retire, but Jerome McGinley did. Marian Hossa, Scumbag, Brian Gianna, Stajan. Then defensively, Chris Pronger, John Michael Lyles, Michael Roosevelt, Ron Hainsey. And for goalies, Nick Backstrom, Minnesota edition. Fair enough. Okay, so we do have 2 first-round picks. They'll be later in the draft. But we just got a hell of a lot of cap relief. We got $22 million in space right now. And like our biggest free agent is William Karlsson. Our biggest UFA is Braden McNabb. Like, we're in a good spot. We are in a very, very good spot. Can I take a look at player progression as well? Is it too late to do that? Progress reports. All right. So let's see. Yakupov went up by 2. Bowie up by 2. +2 for Vili-Polka, who we might deal at the draft. +1 for Malcolm Subban. And then in the AHL, Chernak +4. Bemstrom +3. Haig +5. +2 for Pedersen. +7 for Nick Suzuki. Holy shit. +4 Max Jones and Martin Necas. +3 for Duke. +3 for Sorella. Sherbak, Miller, Ruotsalainen. Man, +7 though for Nick Suzuki. God damn. +6 for Dylan Ferguson. Yeah, a lot of +3s for the most part. Same for Dursey. Robertson up by 1. DeBrincat up by 2. Okay. Couple improvements for Kosmachuk, Ratty, Vevalainen. +2 for Johannesson. Okay, so most common was a +2. Except for Nick Suzuki, who decided to go up by 7 points in one season. That is awesome. Can't wait to trade into Montreal for Max Pacioretty. But it won't be today. Or will it, brother? It won't be today. Chat, I hate to do it. As much as I'd love to at least go through the offseason, or especially to switch to some 007 First Light, I do have some esports commentary duties to do tomorrow and potentially Tuesday as well. I will let you know. But I think we're going to have fun with this after NHL 11, and this is kind of carrying us into it's going to be a very busy next couple of weeks for me. You'll get more details on that at a later time, but I do got some Limitless Wrestling shows to cover as well, so I'm going to be a busy, busy boy. But yeah, for tonight, thank you for hanging out. On the YouTube side of things, there were some videos that went up this weekend, if you haven't seen them. And on the Twitch side of things, who can we raid? I think we got to go say hi to Franchise Time Machine on this one. I owe him a raid or two. So, again, thank you all for hanging out tonight. We'll be right back here tomorrow with the same shenaniganery, because that's what we do around here. It's sweet, sweet shenaniganery. But not until 6 in the morning with 007 this time. Next time, maybe. Good night. Take care of yourself. Brush your teeth. It's important. Good night.